Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Disclosure in the Media. I'm here with Ryan Tolenkarts again, and we are going into more of the Elder Scrolls races. And this time it is of the beast races, such as cat people and the like. So take it away, Ryan.
All right, well, we're going to start, and I'm going to start mostly by just saying that this episode is going to be a lot of not superly well-known things in the later bits, but in the beginning we're going to have some more like actual founded lore. Most of this is going to be canon. There might be some that's subject to change later on, though. So just wanted to preface with that. But we are going to start with the Argonians of Black Marsh. And the Argonians are a reptoid race. Of course, they have the stance like a human would, but are basically just like a bipedal reptilian person. And their race is native to Black Marsh, as I said. And the Argonians are one of the two playable beast folk races, and they're resilient to like everything. They're completely resilient to most poisons and diseases. And they also have even though they look reptilian, they have traits of a amphibian-like being, because they have gills behind their ears, and also when they swim, they move their tail like an eel or a tadpole to propel themselves in the water. They also have like normal lungs to breathe on land, and they come in various clans from like tribal communities, because Argonia is in a way a lot like Mesoamerica and the Mayans in like their style and view and like how the world looks, essentially. Like it's a lot of like that sort of Mayan temple structure like behind there. That's a lot of their architecture when they're in like big cities in Argonia, which there aren't many big cities in Argonia, but when they do build, like it's a lot of that. Or they tend to live in like these mud tree hut things. They have a close relationship with the hist trees that are native to Argonia, and we're going to take a moment to talk about this relationship because it is very unique. So an Argonian is born no better than like just a beast normally, and then they ingest this hist sap, and many Argonians believe that the hist is what gives them their soul. And so as a result, they get like this no longer being a beast level, and they get intelligence from the hist. It creates a telepathic connection between the hist and the Argonian, and will allow the hist to shape the Argonian for whatever like task it sees them having in their lifetime. And this connection is so deep that the hist, who worship the god Sithis, who is a form of Lorcan, the trickster god who kind of tricked the other gods into making like the mortal realm. When an Argonian is born under the sign of the shadow, they go to become what is called a shadow scale. And that is an Argonian assassin trained by the Dark Brotherhood, worshipping Sithis only. And they are trained to be perfect assassins by the Dark Brotherhood, and then they return to Argonia to become basically the kings of Argonia's like central most informants and assassins. And this is like a cool image of a shadow scale in the trees ready to strike.
This is interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because like the other image of the Argonian and the Mayan type of setting, they had where they worshipped reptilians essentially that were feathered serpents. And this is that one image actually shows this guy here, where he has almost like feathered hair, looks like a colored hair there, and that's so they fashioned that pretty much after like Quetzalcoatl and some essentially like the dragon species. But there are reptoid species that look pretty much exactly like this. There's something the Draco, yeah, maybe they're more crocodilian. Some have flat faces, but I've run into even recently ones that have this this exact look, and some of them are more reptoid, or some descend from dinosaurs too. So it's kind of hard to distinguish between the different reptilian species because they look very similar to one another. But yeah, this rendition right here we have up is essentially more of a Mayan way of viewing some of the reptoid species with the feathered hair. Because I've seen some with feathered hair, and I've seen raptors, like actual velociraptors with like a chicken plumage as well. But this yeah is essentially what was around in some of the ancient Mayan times. That and ones that could shapeshift between dragon and man, and also the relationship you said they had with the history. I find that interesting, where they believe that it's how they gain their soul. Some reptilians that I've run across have did not have a soul light itself, had no core light at all, and they have to take it from others, like how the Draco do. But there's some other reptilian races that have to take it from others or ingest a chemical in order to induce a certain state within their being to make them like everybody else. So that's actually fairly accurate. Also, this shows that they're connecting and grounding to nature, which then seems to give them that soul that they believe that they're gaining from the history. So like a dryad guy connecting with the dryads. So that looks like that. It's a very similar process I've seen with some reptilians that I've seen in real time.
And also, this picture is cool because it actually shows what a Hist tree looks like. This tree to the right with the orange sap glowing through, that's a Hist tree.
Yeah, and it looks very much almost like a banyan tree, and that's what's also known as a Buddha tree, though, that has like a sacred connection to the earth. A lot of Buddhists like to meditate with underneath banyan trees, because Buddha was very famous for gathering and meditating under banyan trees. So they call them Buddha trees. That looks a lot like a Buddha tree.
And we actually don't know, but if an Argonian's born outside of Black Marsh, to say two Argonians or an Argonian and another person, outside Black Marsh, it's implied that the Hist connection of the mother Argonian will continue to the child if they can't drink sap. But it is unknown, and in the Elder Scrolls 1, there were lizard men that were just beast people that you could fight. So maybe that's what happens when an Argonian isn't given Hist sap out of the egg. Because they
become feral. Yeah, they're feral. Yeah.
So let me just catch where I am in my notes. The Argonians also have been traditionally enslaved by the Dunmer or Dark Elves of Morrowind, and before they were Dark Elves, they were even being enslaved by the Chimer, who were the predecessors of the Dunmer that we talked about in another episode. And this relationship kind of only ever stopped twice in all of Tamriel's history since the Dunmer or Chimer arrived in Morrowind, or Resdayn as they call it. And basically the southern houses of great houses of Morrowind would lead raids into Argonia and take slaves. And because Morrowind is a very inhospitable place, and so they were using Argonians who are and other races who tend to be better suited for bad conditions as their slaves, so they wouldn't have to get to them as much. And then there's been a trade in Argonian leather as a result. And so when they die, their masters essentially turn them into products of leather. And this relationship only ended twice. And currently in the lore, they're still enslaved Argonians, but as of the events of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, most of the Argonian slaves in southern Morrowind have been liberated due to events we will talk about a bit later. And then the only other time was during the Ebonheart Pact, when they were all allies on the east coast of Tamriel, basically to stop an invasion that we will also talk about a little further down. But what I can say is that the Dunmer do tend to very much like an Argonian slave or servant.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's interesting about that, when you were talking about the skin being used, I remember an abduction incident where I saw different predatory races out there in the galaxy taking skins of different different beings and and using them as trophies or ones they considered servants. There were some reptilian species that would take the skins of other sentient humanoids and keep them as slaves, and then also take their skins as well. Ones they thought that they felt that it was their property, which there really isn't. But it's a slavery situation, very much like that. They did it with some humans too, and forest people as well, which was disgusting. I remember seeing this whole manufacturing thing that they tan, or they had a whole group of them tanning like the different hides and all this other stuff, and it was pretty gross actually. But also there was an incident where my mother was looking in on us when we were in Virginia and found this reptilian being around that didn't have a soul, and he was like very feral. And when I connected him to the earth, he became more sophisticated, because before he was hunched over, kind of like Gollum. He was kind of like hunched like this, and he began to straighten out, and his spinal energy began to reflect more of a soul based connection, an earth based connection, and he became kinder and he became more sophisticated after that. So those were good examples of that.
Something I find interesting as well is that the Dunmer, who are a lot like the Syrians, enslaved the Argonians, who are a lot like reptilian races.
Yep.
And it's a bit of a mirroring there into what goes on in our real world, as well as the fact that the Dunmer will actually take hist trees as well, so that the Argonians are not like feral beasts. So like where they have like a slave, I guess, plantation, or it's never really like stated how the slave system is set up greatly.
Mm-hmm.
But there will be a hist tree for them to have so that they can drink the sap generally. And in fact, all races can drink the hist sap and but they don't get like the psychic connection. They tend to just go into like a blood fury, almost like a berserker rage, like Norse heroes would have had when they ingested mushrooms. And then there's a whole the Fighters Guild quest line in Oblivion has to do with a rival like mercenary guild coming up called the Blackwood Company, which in Blackwood is the region of Cyrodiil next to Argonia.
Mm-hmm.
Next to Blackmarsh, and they had a hist tree, and that's how their operatives were such good mercenaries. They were using hist sap to like improve and to go into like these blood rages and then go in and kill everything. So that like as a
yeah, that's also interesting. Also with the Syrians being enslaving some of these reptilians, tends to go up the line as well. Like you have the reptilians that were doing the skinning, and then you have Orions and Syrians that were overseeing it, because those reptilians were the slaves as well. So it's you have that, and also the thing with the hist sap. I've seen this in multiple shows where people would take sap, in different sci-fi shows and everything, and go into like a blood rage. I've seen that before. Then they become stronger for a time and are able to like kill a bunch of people in battle. So that's actually been used quite a bit. My feeling is that that's an actual like not a product that's out there, but an actual thing that's being used by like secret space program and everything. That's just more of a hunch on my part, but it's but that it comes from plants, because you got people that are geneticists that like to alter different enzymes in plants and like to experiment on different plant material that come from other planets to make pills, make pharmaceuticals, and make things like that. So that's more of a hunch on my part, but that's what I'm picking up on that.
And the Argonians being like this sort of jungle people in their homeland, at least, they do tend to be great guerrilla fighters. So like anytime an army generally invades Argonia, they get hit by a lot of guerrilla raids instead of like full-on warfare. And the few times that they have had full-on warfare, they tend to lose. But the hist will actually like give their guerrilla fighters like extra abilities, like as a result, to try to protect themselves as well. So whenever an empire goes into Argonia and like takes it over, so like say the Third Empire goes there under Tiber Septim, they actually never went and took the Inner Swamps, because it would be a death sentence. The Inner Swamps are like covered in disease based on like mosquito type creatures and other blood sucking insects that spread disease. Argonians are immune to it, so they don't have a problem. But like any other race that goes in there, either get hunted down by like local fauna, like the Wamasu, which is this like crazy land giant Komodo dragon thing, or other just like Argonians trying to keep them out of those center areas where the hist trees tend to be like greatly in great number and are very important to their culture. So very much, most of the time when an empire comes in, they really only hold the coasts of Argonia and the outer swamps. And then it's just kind of like an unspoken agreement. Like, you don't come in here, we won't go out there. We're in name to your faction, but we like aren't really, we're in like a partnership with it, not really like
Okay.
and this sort of relationship went on through most of the Second Empire, as well as almost all of the Third, until the Oblivion Crisis. And the Argonians are one of the only people that came out of the Oblivion Crisis unhindered, without any kind of damage to their society. So when Mehrunes Dagon started having his cult open all these things, one, there wasn't many Mythic Dawn members in the heart of Argonia because they couldn't survive, most of them. And Argonians tend to not deal with Daedra a lot. But when they did, even the few that did, the Hist warned the rest of the Argonians that this invasion of Daedra were coming. So the Argonians were waiting for the portals to open. And so instead of Daedra coming out to invade Mundus, they were running in. And they were able to close these portals and did fairly well against them. And were one of the strongest like provinces was Blackmarsh coming out of the Oblivion Crisis. As well as when the Alliance Wars came out, they joined the Ebonheart Pact, but not due to the other alliances. So what happened prior to the Alliance Wars, like officially starting, so around the time of ESO, just prior to it, in fact, there was an Akaviri invasion that came in that part of the middle of the Second Era, and they landed in like the coast of Blackmarsh, Morrowind, and even parts of Eastern Skyrim, and the three races came together to repel that, and then they just kept the alliance to fight the other races in Cyrodiil. And that was one of the only periods where the Pact freed the Argonian slaves, and many of them did return to Blackmarsh, and it was like when the Pact dissolved, those that were still in Morrowind were the new slaves. Just the Dunmer just didn't let them leave. But so the Argonians currently in the lore are in a very good place, especially because after the Morrowind took, like, the Dunmer took like 3 really bad hits, like all within like a 200-year period during the end of the Third Era and the beginning of the Fourth Era. So they lost the Tribunal, their man god, their like living gods, due to the events of the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. That was only like 5 years before the Oblivion Crisis. The Oblivion Crisis come, they get decimated in parts of Morrowind. And then you have an eruption of the Red Mountain, which is the giant volcano at the heart of the island of Vardenfell in Morrowind, which I'll just pull up a picture of a Tamriel map.
Okay.
So if you're looking at this map, that Red Mountain right there, that erupted, and it put a lot of Vardenfell and like most of northern Morrowind out for a while. The Argonians ran north and captured it, basically. And so basically the borders of Argonia kind of end like just south of Mournhold now. So they have like most of southern Morrowind, and they freed like every slave down here that was of Argonian blood. There are other races enslaved in Morrowind, so so it's kind of unclear as to what happened to them.
Okay.
Argonians actually tend to like they do eat meat, but they don't like eat other races like reptilians do.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising that they put that in there. They don't consume people, but there are reptilian races that don't eat people. That they have like live stashes of like animals and stuff like that that they keep around, like pens of animals, and also the fact that the back to the Hist, where they could see elements of the future. Like when you open that side of you up with those different types of chemicals, not that I'm recommending it always, but it's where you get to see the different energy patterns and the different, like with shrooms and stuff, you see the different energy patterns and the different timelines. You can see variations of the future and different like shadows of the future and stuff like that. And also with this guy here you're showing, though, that's very interesting. I've seen several wearing hoods like that would qualify either as a magician or an assassin type like this as well.
Yeah, and something else I want to add on before we move on to the next couple races is that the Argonians also there is a decent portion of their population that are like pescatarians. Like they will only eat fish and plants, and they don't even tend to eat like other meat. So that's
Okay.
an interesting thing. You hear about it a little bit in ESO, but that's been the Argonians. And so at now we're going to go right to the Khajiit, the cat people of Elsver. Now, the Khajiit have a long and storied history. And so we're just going to get right into it because this one might be the most time consuming of the episode. So the Khajiit of Elsver are the second playable race of beast folk in the Elder Scrolls and hail from Elsver, the province in the south of Tamriel. So if we're looking at the map, it's right here. And an interesting thing about Elsver is it's half desert and half rainforest. In fact, it seems a lot like you'd think of like Africa in that sort of style, like jungle and barren desert.
Mhm.
The Khajiit come from in various forms, from quadrupedal battle cats to bipedal humanoid catmen to even as small as a house cat, and all of them possess the same level of intelligence and the ability to breed with other Tamrielic races as well as each other. And if the mother is a Khajiit, because generally in the Elder Scrolls lore, if the mother, whatever race, when like two different races breed, it'll be the mother's race that the child will be, but the child might just have features of the other race. But that's different in the Khajiit because the phases of the moon when they're born is what decides what they look like. And to help show that, I'm going to show this image. This is literally every form the Khajiit can take except for one, and I will explain that one when we get to him because that one is a special case. But literally you can see that they range from like house cats to almost like a gorilla like style cat with this one that sort of knuckle walks, to like a Bosmer almost. This one's a lot like a wood elf in its physiology, up straight up to like human size, and even this one's bigger than humans normally. And then you have some that are almost like saber-toothed tigers. And in fact, in the lore, you actually have like these guys, like these Senche Rot, these bottom kind. They will literally like go into battle with other Khajiit riding them. And I think in the one Elder Scrolls novel, in fact, there is one of these like larger Khajiit that are like in the quadrupedal style that like the Prince of the Empire rides, and it kind of like niggles him at first. It's like, oh no, I don't like being ridden, but you saved me, so I'll put it past you, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
But yeah, so the Khajiit, they come in all these different forms, and they're great unarmed warriors. They possess claws. They also have natural like eyesight in the dark, and they're generally also like a bit more resistant to addiction than other races due to basically they're the people that started making skooma for the first time. And skooma is essentially like a sugar derived drug in the Elder Scrolls that we'll get onto a little later in this topic.
Basically crack, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, in a way. But there are forms are dictated by the phases of the moon when they're born. The two major moons, Master and Secunda, which play like their whole religious view is based on those moons as well. And the reason why in like the Fourth Era during the events of Skyrim, the province of Elsweyr is aligned with the Eldmeri Dominion and the Thalmor is actually due to the fact that like about 50 years prior to the events of Skyrim, the two moons actually disappeared out of the sky. And when it took 2 years for them to come back, and when they came back, the Thalmor came over and were like, yes, we brought the moons back. Join us. And then the Thalmor and the Eldmeri Dominion led like a coup that overthrew the imperial reigning government in Elsweyr and established like an Eldmeri siding government. So right now in the lore, they're with the Eldmeri Dominion, but I think that could be easily changed as soon as the Rouse comes out that they actually didn't bring the moons back. Mm-hmm. But who knows? Because it's a kind of a shaky lore story that's not super in like it's in the lore, but it's not something we know much about. And so maybe they'll explore that in the Elder Scrolls 6. So after that, the Khajiit can resemble panthers, lions, and tigers, and any form of cat known due to the moon phase of their birth. The Khajiit races also follow their spiritual leader known as the Main, and the one time that's not shown on this is the Main. The Main is their spiritual and nonpartisan like leader of government. So the Main, even if he was like backed by a government that has been overthrown, will never be touched due to spiritual reasons. He's like the Pope almost for the Khajiit. And the Main is only born when another Main dies, and the moons, Master and Secunda, have like they actually like line up in the sky. And the Main is known to like people will go to the Main for like spiritual advice. And so then when that Khajiit goes, they actually clip off a piece of their fur and give it to the Main, and the Main ties it into his own. And it's a way of like bringing together the energy of like the entire people and to create like a consciousness, not like an actual consciousness they can tap into. Like that's never mentioned, but it gives like the Main more spiritual ability basically. And so I kind of feel like it's tapping into like that sort of racial consciousness and like allows him to become more spiritually like, I guess you could consider it awake, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, where they're tapping into all of the people that came before, the fact that also, a new Main is only born after the other one dies, it's kind of like it goes along with the Tibetan, like Dalai Lama sort of thing too, where they identify themselves with an item that the previous one owned.
Oh no, this goes so far that the Khajiit believe that it is just the same soul, just reincarnating over and over and over and over.
Yeah, it's the same thing as a Dalai Lama. It's the same one as the over and over. Yeah, it's the same person. So yeah, it's the previous one, like the previous incarnation had an object. They identify the actual person or the new Lama by that as well. So that they went along those lines. But yeah, the Lyran people are very, very spiritual in that way too, but they also delve into politics, they delve into sciences, they were the ones that came up with the body transfer technology that our government uses right now, that the Ebens and Orions stole like pirates ages ago. But it was the Lyran people run the gambit as far as looks as well, even going into more elven looks as well, like that middle one was where he looked more like a wood elf. That is actually very, very accurate to the Lyran people, because on their world, not only have they mixed with other people, and the Lyran traits tend to take the primary look. Those are the dominant genes. But like you have a class of them that if there are certain energies that coalesce in a certain way, like with the moon cycles, they do take different forms. So that is actually accurate to the Lyran people, and their predecessors were a race called the Khazad Thul, and they had some lizard in them, they had dragon in them, but at the same time they had a lot of cat in them. And as the mixing of the DNAs went along, therefore the descendant lineage became Lyran. And after Lyra was destroyed and eventually reborn, there were different colonies that formed of Lyrans, including some on Earth that exist today. Some regressed into these more cannibalistic type of beings. Other ones are more advanced, like spiritually, but also ability-wise and mentally wise. And they're descendants of the original Lyrans. But the original Lyrans also come and go. The larger one on the right there are some in the Sedona area and down in Phoenix that have that appearance. Yeah, but they're black. Some of them are brown. Some of those are some of the meaner ones that I've run across, and then the majority of the Lyrans, the bigger Lyrans that I've run across, so they are more like the next to last two over by the big guy there. They look a lot like those two. But, yeah, they look a lot like them. Yeah, and the middle ones there, like the one that looks like the wood elf. I've seen them too. Some of them are, like I said, are offshoots that look like elves, and also they've body transferred themselves into elven forms too, and they've come here. Not very often. They did that because of the necessity during wartime with the Orions to be able to infiltrate different areas and stuff like that. But the other ones that are before it, the ones that are more regressed looking, even down to the house cat. All cats everywhere are essentially dragons because of the Khazad-dûl influence in the DNA. And Lyrans, I found out, created house cats. So they use the DNA, and they not only created, but they also, some of them could shapeshift into that form. And the fact that they had more of an African connection in the game, like an African looking connection, is the fact they're associated with ancient Egypt, like with Sekhmet and Bayat, I believe is the name of the goddess, and Abbasid. There we go. And beings such as this. And recently on Interstellar Council, we came in contact with a couple of Lyrans that were politicians during the times of Atlantis. They were really big in the times of Atlantis and Lemuria, excuse me. And they aided humans throughout history, and they went into battle right alongside humans. And they're one of the most targeted races out there next to the forest people. The lower ones, these larger battle cat types, these are also associated with Khazad-dûl. This is actually quite fascinating because of the fact that I've seen these spirit cats that look like regular house cats that come in, and they're a type of shape-shifting elemental that, where if there's danger nearby, they gain this larger stats, like a saber tooth or a larger tiger or something like this. They get bigger and they go after the danger, and then they go back into a house cat form. That's a form of Khazad-dûl that was formed or conjured in the times of ancient Egypt by some priestesses that existed back then. What happened was they were meant to heal and do things of this nature. But when Egypt went to hell and Atlantis went to hell, they scattered to the four winds across the globe and became a permanent connection in nature, permanent fixture in nature, and went around doing what they originally were brought in for, was helping out keeping the land cleansed and areas cleansed of danger. And you can, some of them are actually in the United States, on the other end of the United States, somewhere around Georgia, Alabama, some of those areas, Florida and Louisiana. But the bigger upright Lyrans and even the dangerous cat people, some of the more cannibalistic panther-like ones down in Phoenix, they're all in or the area where I am. And on down in the Sonoran desert area, you have a mix between the good and bad ones down in that area of the country. So it's actually quite fascinating. That was kind of it in a nutshell right there. But there's a lot of descendant lineages, a lot of offshoots. And so it's very fascinating that they're showing all this whole scale of them like this, because they essentially presented all the different types that are out there. There's even the short ones that run around out there. Some of the Khazad-dûl look like the ones towards the end on the left-hand side up there, where it's like that little gray character that's two down from the elven guy right there, the little one there. Yeah, that guy right there. I've seen some Khazad-dûl characters that look short like that, and that they can shapeshift into larger ones, like the main figure. He like their Pope figure. I've seen some that come out looking like him too. Some Lyrans look like that. Some people always associate that whole look with just Lyran, but they don't know about their predecessor race as well that has the dragon DNA as well. But yeah, I found out all cats are associated with these races.
All right. Well, every time I've dealt with a Khazad-dûl, it's always been like this sort.
Yeah.
But to talk about the Khajiit's predecessor, they hold the belief that they were once elves. And that Zura, the Daedric prince of like moon and star, even though she really isn't the moon or anything, changed them into the Khajiit.
Okay.
But, I mean, that's their belief. We don't know if it's true or not, and it hasn't really been covered in the lore other than in there. So I'm going with it for my view right now, until they explore it somewhere and disprove that story, but I don't think they will. So the Khajiit also run overland trade caravans, and they move. There's generally anywhere between 5 and 50 members in these trade caravans, and they go all over Tamriel. And in Skyrim, you can see 2 separate caravans that move between the cities in Skyrim. And one of the best Easter eggs in Skyrim is that you can find the chest where they keep all of their goods hidden in an area, and you can loot it and get the stuff without buying it, and it's not considered stolen, which is weird. But it's like a vendor chest where I think that the inventory has to be kept because of the way it's coded. But yeah, so if you can find it, I'm not going. If you want to know how to do it, if you're playing the game, I'm not going to tell you here. Go look it up on YouTube and you'll figure it out. It's very easy. But these caravans are known to be like traders in information, and they'll trade, and they're also kind of the heart of the skooma trade. A lot of people have sort of figured out that when a caravan starts going to a specific place, that place tends to have a bit more skooma in it than it ever had before. And so they're known as smugglers and drug dealers. And a lot of races tend to not, a lot of people tend to not get along with them as a result. Now they get this stigma as like thieves, spies, unreputable characters. And in Skyrim, you can actually meet a character that is trying to challenge that viewpoint by trading with them. But there's other people that you ask about the Khajiit caravans, and they're like, I wouldn't be caught dead trading with them. They're disreputable. And there's even a quest where you can actually help push skooma between the two of them, where you bring skooma from one to the other caravan to resupply it. Yeah, they're definitely pushing drugs out the backside of those caravans, but it also kind of how it's created this stigma around Tamriel that the Khajiit are these seedier characters, where not every Khajiit is, but they've gotten they've gotten sort of a stigma certain people get here, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basically some races get stigma, like the gypsies tend to get the stigma like that, where they're thieves and drug peddlers and black market traders and stuff like that. So they've kind of mixed that with some of the gypsy type of stigma and everything. Yeah, and do some of the Lyran or cat races do galactic trade? Yeah, and so do some of the dog races, and a lot of there's some people from Lyra that go between there and Vega, parts of Vega, and do a lot of trading. So that's actually accurate in that area as well. Do they do drug trading? Yeah, there are space pirates that do stuff like that. Yeah, that they do. They're kind of like space gypsies. There's good ones and not so good ones. I've run into both, but it's. The thing with the moon sugar is actually pretty funny with the skooma. It kind of reminds me a bit of crack or heroin or a really heightened white sugar with a lot more addictive qualities to it. I always found that funny where they added some of the drug trade into the games as well that way.
Yeah, they did. We're going to talk about skooma here a little later down, because the Khajiit still have a whole nother page of information that I have written out here.
Okay.
The Khajiit, because they have so many forms, and they're also great, they're just naturally good at stealth and being unheard and being unseen, make great spies and thieves. And one of the best spies that ever existed in Tamrielic history is a Khajiit that was about the house cat size, who would just listen to people talking and then would relay it to his allies. And because nobody would suspect that the house cat was the one that was tattling on them, basically. And the Aldmeri Dominion will send the Aldmeri Dominion and all of its forms that had the Khajiit as part of it would send cats like that into, say, the Emperor's household. And they would claim, oh, it's just a normal cat, but it was really a Khajiit that could then relay everything.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting, where they have some of the house cats being spies. In reality, there are beings that can take the familiar or spy-like form like that, and sometimes it's black magic on part of some of those meaner cat races that can do things like that. And then there's also this other cat race I told you that could take the other cat form that actually helps you out. So there's the both of these. So it's interesting that they made both, because some of these meaner black cat like races and stuff like that. This is why there's stigma behind, black cats are bad luck, I found out. And also, witches send them out as familiars. Well, that's essentially kind of true, because you have some of the Orions that also have green skin, like what a witch is supposed to look like, and with the pointed head and everything. And you have them in coercion with some of these black cat magicians, which then also can send out the little cats as spies. So as familiars, with people that deal with black magic and do a lot of conjurings, encounter this most often.
All right. Well, we are going to continue on now. And also now talk about the other stigma they get due to their great stealth skills, that they're not just good spies, they're great thieves. And this is, again, back to the view that, like, not all of them are thieves, but a lot of them are. And usually these caravans will actually, like, I don't know if you've ever traveled to, like, Europe or anything, or some of you out there might have, but in Europe, there's a lot of these scams where, like, somebody will try to sell you something, and then one of their friends will pick your pocket when you're like haggling with them. And yeah, so they do the same thing with their caravans. Some of the more disreputable caravaneers will do that. And as a result, a lot of the other races have also got this idea that they're thieves. But it's not completely unfounded. Some of the greatest thieves of Tamrielic history, minus the Gray Fox, he's a special case. We'll cover him eventually. But have all been Khajiit. And one of them even was known, his whole thing was he wanted to steal from who could screw him up the most. So after he stole from every king, he even stole a gem from the emperor himself. He decided he was going to start stealing from the Daedric princes. And he got away with stealing from many Daedric princes. And another one of the famous Khajiit thieves was a companion of Queen Berenziah of Mournhold during the Third Empire. She was the queen of, like, Morrowind, basically. But in her youth, she joined the Thieves Guild, and one of her partners was a Khajiit. And there's actually this funny thing in one of the books. It talks about how we actually know kind of what a Khajiit genitalia is like as a result, and that it's got a barb in it.
Oh, Lord.
Because there's a book about her and having a relation with this Khajiit she knew during the Thieves Guild. And the Khajiit, like, religious wise, everything has to do with the moons. And as a result, a lot of their gods are just the Aedra, like the 8 divines, with just like a cat overlay on them, essentially, like cat versions of the divines. But they also have 2. One is Azura, because they believe Azura helped, like, reshape them into the race they are now from elves. And the other one is Sheogorath. And Sheogorath in the Khajiit religion is called the Skooma Cat. Because he's crazy. And if you know Sheogorath, which we've talked about him a bit on this channel, he's the Daedric Prince of Madness. And even though the Khajiit view using skooma and moon sugar, it's like what it's derived from, as a spiritual thing, it's kind of like a tale, like, don't use it too much, don't use it too often, or you'll turn into the Skooma Cat. And say, sort of, you become like in Sheogorath's sphere of influence when you misuse too much of it. But yeah, so, like, a lot of Khajiit, if you go to Elsweyr and you're walking through the streets, you'll see strung out Khajiit who are in, like, a skooma or a moon sugar high, believing that they're communing with their lunar deity. But, like, those are the kind that have gone so far that they've turned into the Skooma Cat. And, like, Sheogorath really has them. That's kind of the viewpoint in their culture. And even though the Khajiit are naturally resistant to the addictive qualities of moon sugar and skooma, more so than any other race, they still can definitely become addicted. But it's very rare that you'll see, like, a super addicted Khajiit, whereas, because it's kind of a cultural use, it's kind of like saying, like, to certain tobacco products with, like, Native Americans, like, they use it for a cultural reason, not because they're addicted to it, or maybe like hookah in the Middle East. I'm not positive if that has any religious connotation, but you know what I'm saying. They're using this addictive substance as a way to commune with their gods, or what they perceive as their gods. They also were once known, the first recording of a Khajiit inside the Elder Scrolls lore was by Topol the pilot. And Topol was the Altmer, like, high elf predecessor race of even more regal elves, basically, that mapped out Tamriel in the Merethic era, which just means the Dawn era, basically. Like there's the Dawn era and then there's the Merethic era, but it's basically the era when the elves spread out from Eldmeris. And he described them as the cat demons of central Tamriel, who preyed on most of southern Tamriel's fauna, and that after a while, the Khajiit had to sort of they realized that like there's the different parts were all part of the same race, and that they weren't just like multiple different races of cat demon. And yes, and then later on, the Khajiit kind of started allying themselves with some of the elven communities in the other southern areas of Tamriel, and that's how they become members in like the Dominion sphere of things all the time. But nowadays, they tend to like now they're almost always associated with the Dominion in all of its forms, especially after ESO. But it's clear that they weren't always part of the Dominion, and that like Elven alliance dominions between at least the Bosmer and the High Elves have been a thing for a very long time. The Khajiit are there sort of sporadically when it suits them, or when they feel they owe something to the leadership.
All right.
And also, they're just like I said with the Argonians, the Dunmer do enslave them heavily because they are a resistant race to like bad conditions, and the fact that their pelts are worth something. There's a lot of Khajiit pelt art, Khajiit pelt rugs, that kind of thing. And they sell the slaves' pelts just like they do the leather of the Argonians that they have. As well as bandit groups. If you're playing Khajiit in Skyrim or Oblivion, I believe, you will literally hear bandits say, "You'll make a good pair of boots. I'm going to turn you into a rug."
Yeah, I figured that's where that came from.
Yeah, so that's just to show that the Khajiit are a race that, like, when they're killed, they have a use to some other people.
Yeah, and that goes back to what I saw, like some of the Syrians and Orions doing, like making pelts, and Reptilians making pelts out of different races. So that actually makes sense that they've integrated that into the Elder Scrolls.
All right, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna head into the next race now.
Okay.
All right, so the next race that we're going to cover, and this is some of the races that are a bit more, you can't play them. We know that they existed. The lore on some of them is shaky, especially these guys, the Birdmen of Cyrodiil. And again, we're going back to Topol the Pilot and his early expeditions across of Tamriel exploring. When he went up the Niben River, which is actually named after Topol's boat, the Niben, for the first time, he reached the area of central Cyrodiil where the Imperial City would be. So if you're going up, this is the Niben here, the river right here. You get this lake by Breville, then you keep going up. This is the Imperial Isle, so like the area where the Imperial City is. He found this race. And this race, basically, originally, were sort of birds like a parrot that could only really mimic speech. Well, Topol understood that this was a race that could become intelligent and taught them how to speak and become literate. And in return, they gifted the Imperial Isle to the High Elven peoples. What happened after that was the Ayleids eventually came, claimed the land, built the White Gold Tower, and created their civilization. Now, the Ayleids were quite fond of having other people do their work for them, and thus used a lot of slaves. That's how when the Imperials revolted and started the First Empire, they were revolting against the Ayleids. It's believed that the bird people either bred into the Ayleid culture to the point where like they don't exist anymore as a distinct like race, or they were just enslaved and then subsequently sacrificed to a Daedric prince for power for the Ayleids. Most likely it was a mix of the two, because the Birdmen never even had like a real race name beyond the Birdmen of Cyrodiil, and when they were like literally, this is all we know about them. We have this basic description of what they look like, as like they were referred to as brilliant creatures of glorious colors, feathered men with taloned feet. That's all we know really about their description. This is an artist rendering of what they think they could have looked like. But we know that they were intelligent enough to learn language from Topol the Pilot and then become part of the Ayleid culture, especially because Ayleid art and like armor and stuff has like a very winged motif and bird-like motif. All High Elven armor and stuff does, but a lot of the like Somerset Isle High Elves is the eagle, because the eagle is like their sigil, whereas the Ayleids was just more bird motifs in general, and we think that came from these bird men, but we don't know anything else about what happened to them, and they're not in any of the game. They could still be in remote populations in like the highlands of Cyrodiil somewhere, but we don't have any information if they do, and they didn't appear in any of the like the games. So we just know about them from the lore.
Hmm. Yeah, that's very, very interesting because there are a planet full of avian species that are galactics, and I've run into elementals that can shapeshift between like flying bird form and man form like that. There's a couple of examples. One was the original Ra group that got captured by the Orions many, many centuries ago and absorbed into their AI culture. This is where you get the Law of One book series from. People hate it when I talk about that because it's venerated as a book talking about the future, but it was AI trying to plant the seeds of a timeline, essentially, is what it was. But there's independent from the Ra Ultone, as it's known as, in the AI spheric circles. That's where you get the sphere being alliance stuff from. Again, people hate it when I do that, but in this, there's ones that are outside of that where they're independent and good guys that actually help people, white hats in the government and everything as well. There's also, as I said, the shape-shifting ones where I ran across. I read two people from Israel one time that had a pet parrot named Diego, and Diego eventually, I was told by the two of them that Diego one time flew away and never came back outside. He got outside and flew away and never came back. And then coinciding with this, I had an incident on Interstellar Council where there was this large parrot, like the second to the last guy there on the left, that looks like a parrot, came to me. He looked like that, but only he had armor, but he also had a robe on. And he came to me and said his name was Dia, or Da, and or something like that. And eventually, I realized this was Diego in his true form. He had entered that bird form, and when he flew away, he was just going back to his original form, like this. And what had happened was, some would say that's more like spying, kind of like how some of the bat type races are out there, where they can enter and shift into a small form and go around and spy on people. But this isn't what he was doing. What he was doing was a form of recon to see where people were at spiritually and where people were at in their beliefs, so that they could actually make contact at some point and in their true form. And these different races, I've seen eagle hawk-like ones, kind of like Horus was in ancient Egypt, or the likeness of Horus, and different birds. Even though in ancient Egypt the green Horus was actually a bad guy, there was also bird races around like Vandor and many of those that looked like this. The ibis head looking beings, I've run across them. Ones that look like flamingos, ones that look like cranes I've run into, and eagles, hawks, falcons, and bluebirds. And some have like human-like faces with like beak-like lips, and some have human-like lips like ours, and also have the plumage and everything. It depends on what area of space they come from. There's several in different areas of space. And the fact that they showed that they basically made them extinct in the game series. This goes along the lines of a show that I'm showing Joanna. It's Star Trek Enterprise. So the realm of Star Trek would encompass like years worth of material if we went into that. But there's a spot in season 2, Star Trek Enterprise, that goes along with galactic history, actual galactic history, the explosion of Maldex / Asgard, the whole thing. Different races like Sasquatch and reptilians and stuff are presented. Well, they show an avian race that they said there was a fifth alien race or a sixth alien race that was extinct, and they show them as being big blue birds, human-like big blue birds that were extinct and would fill the sky. They said filled the skies of their planet, and they were rendered extinct through hunting and essentially conquest. So that makes sense that the aliens in the story were the ones doing the conquest, because those guys are kind of like the I said were like the Lancaneers here, where they're a type of elf / Orion creation that would essentially do their hunting and caravan guarding and gathering stuff for anybody who hired them, essentially. And essentially like their own military industrial complex. But yeah, that's interesting. They're mimicking or they're going along those same storylines like how Enterprise did it as well. Granted, Enterprise could have taken from this too, but I believe it's still more of a synchronistic storyline that's part of actual galactic history.
Oh, right. So that was the Birdmen. Now we're going to go into the Centaurs. And this is the best image I could find of an Elder Scrolls Centaur that wasn't from Daggerfall and looked just like a couple like a very pixely creature. And this comes from the Elder Scrolls Legends, which is it's sort of like a card game, a bit like Gwent, if you've heard of that.
Mhm.
It's on mobile, like you can download and play it on your phone. But they're just the traditional half horse, half man. But in the Elder Scrolls, they are unique. They have a bit more elven influence. So they have the ears, and they have this nose, which I've only ever seen on centaurs, sort of in like the Percy Jackson series, where it's sort of flat almost, where it's got like these big, like almost horse-like nostrils. And they also have a religion that's a lot more like the Sigic religion, like this early elven religion from the Elder Scrolls. And they say they follow the old ways. I believe they're old Alnafe, which we have not really tapped into the whole wandering Alnafe or old Alnafe thing, which Alnafe are kind of the spirit forms that every like race except for the Argonians had prior to like becoming a race.
Mhm.
And so that's what I believe that their origin was when they came into like the world, I guess, once it became like a place. Um, they live they usually try to live in seclusion away from society because they follow these old ways and they believe that like being in society is like everyone's voice being involved would screw up like the way that the world should be. And so due to that, they kind of only live in like really remote parts of usually what is considered Western Tamriel. So the areas in they have most of them now live in Valenwood, but they have areas in High Rock, Colovia, which is Western Cyrodiil. So basically they have they're spread out all throughout like this part of Tamriel, as well as Hammerfell, but and probably they live some in like this eastern part of Skyrim in the mountain passes. We don't know all that much. All we know is that they follow these old ways, and you can see them in Daggerfall, in High Rock, but in Valenwood is said where they have the largest population now, just due to the fact that it's so secluded in those deep forests in Valenwood. But yeah, that's kind of everything we've got on the centaurs, except for the fact that they're also they used to be part of armies at certain times, and that their high mobility and their skill with mysticism magic makes them fairly dangerous on a battlefield.
That's it. That's interesting. Yeah, I know some of the origins of like actual centaurs and horses and giraffes and all this other stuff was back in Greek mythology when Poseidon was trying to woo Athena, and what would happen was he was trying to eventually create the horse, what became the horse, and he came up with zebras and giraffes and all these mixed creatures, and he came up with a centaur, and that's basically a story of genetic engineering, mind you, but the I've run into centaur like beings before. Some are kind, some are not, and I rarely, very, very rarely run across any telepathically from different dimensional states or anything like that. Extremely rare that I run across them. But they said basically horses are essentially them. Some of them can shift between a horse, full horse-looking form, a man form, and a horse mix. They can shapeshift between them from the ones I've seen, and they are adept with different earth magics. They are adept with in battle if you were to ever encounter any of them, and it's incredibly rare when I run into a centaur. They're very reclusive. They don't interact with people telepathically, and I know they have an offshoot race that isn't as telepathic, and they're more in a tribal state of being as well. That they're more in a solid half human, half horse form, like this guy in the picture is. That's like exactly like that. But then you have the ones that can shapeshift, just like you have dogmen that are werewolves that can shapeshift. Then you have the more solid dogmen that are more just in that form and regressed into that form. It's the same with the centaurs. It's given different energetic and environmental factors. That have happened in climate factors and everything that have changed these things. But I've run into there was some that channeled to me one time from around Greece. I came through one time. Some came from Europe, but the one that they said mainly they don't like communicating. And then they had a race that couldn't communicate at all. Just like when you and I were talking about that dwarven race that had no telepathy, they didn't want to interact with humans. It's essentially the same with some of the centaurs. but yeah, they're also, I was just doing filming a Legend of Zelda episode with Richie, whereas a centaur race was brought up there as well, where some of them are even feral, like the ones in that game, and they showed them as kind of a mix between Lyran and centaur, like a human centaur mix in that game. But and this one's more elf and man looking in this, but. There is a bit of elven DNA in there. Since what created them was genetic engineering, there was some elven put in there, and a little bit of Lyran put in there. So that's actually quite interesting. Now, this is the second time this week centaurs have come up. So for an actual race out there, it'd be interesting if one came through today, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. But it's still waiting for someone to show up for the end of the show, but it'll be a bit. But it's interesting. This is literally the second synchronicity I've had this week with centaurs.
All right, on to the next race, the Drow, or the Dregs, as many people pronounce them. But they are a beast race of a loose society from Tamriel's coastlines. They are semi-aquatic with landforms for on-land breeding and aquatic squid-like forms for the majority of their sea-living life. They are crustaceans, and the Dunmeri Smiths, so the Dark Elves primarily, have been known to make armors using their chitin and carapaces. The Dregs rule over a previous Kelpa, which a Kelpic cycle in the Elder Scrolls is sort of like an incarnation of like the mortal world. And so they ruled over it with an iron fist led by Molag Bal on like this Nirn of a previous existence. And Molag Bal was like the Dreg king. And it took the creation of Mehrunes Dagon, the Daedric Prince of Domination, of Destruction and Change, to like oust Molag Bal in that timeline. And a bit of those events carried on into like the current Kelpa, like the universe you actually play the games in. Mm-hmm. Whereas the shell of that version of Molag Bal got put on by a Dunmer boy, and he turned into this like grotesque creature called like the Ruddy Man, and Vivek, the one of the Tribunal Temple, had to put it down. Basically, it was running amok. And an example of the armor that the Dunmer make of them, it looks like this. They tend to have very good armor like made from it. It's not like the best armor. It's a light armor generally, but it is a strong armor. And then this is the sea form that they can take, where they get like almost squid tentacles, and they can like go around like in the water easier with that. And then the first picture is their land form when they're in like breeding and they have to be on land. I'm going to go to this picture for the rest of it though. They have lost most of their ability to like talk to other cultures, and that's likely due to the fact that they've been like hunted and forced to like live in the sea most of the time. But we don't know if like under the sea that they're like the progenitors of this multi-race culture thing under the oceans in Tamriel. In fact, the oceans are almost completely unknown. We know about a few creatures that inhabit the oceans that are cool and stuff in the Elder Scrolls, but like we don't know if there's societies living down there of like intelligent races. So they also have been hunted because their bodies are made up of alchemical ingredients, and they're also just dangerous when they're on their land form. They also have the inborn ability to sense the location of their eggs, like however far away they could be. So like egg thieves, they will hunt them down. Sort of like the raptors did in Jurassic Park 3, like they were like hunting down the group of people because one guy stole their eggs.
Yeah.
And Vivek, the warrior poet of the tribunal, calls them the Aldmer of the sea, basically implying that they might be the progenitors of like an undersea society of like other races that are all based off of them. And they've also been known to forcibly have relations with members of the mortal races when they're in that on land form, where they will like forcibly breed with like Dunmer or Nords or Argonians or high elves or somebody that walks by. Like they will just like basically rape them. And they also possess electric attacks, like where they can like shoot lightning, especially in their land form out of these like antenna up here things. They'll like
Mhm.
shoot lightning out of them, and it's unknown if that's like an ability like an electric eel would have, or if that's an actual magic that they're using. Um, but yeah, they're in ESO, they're in Morrowind, and that's kind of all we know about them, really.
Hmm. Yeah, that's very interesting. There's a lot of things we can say here. There's some insectoid type and crustacean types here. It's very interesting. When I was out on the East Coast, I came in contact, of course, with, like with the Myrmidon, which is more like Aquaman. And then you had also like in the movie Aquaman, you had like the crustacean types, and you had like the abyssal fish looking ones, which are all types of mer. Then you had the trench ones that were like very similar to this as well in the movies. And I've encountered beings that are like a lot like crabs and a lot like different crustaceans. But back on the East Coast, I had this dream whereas I was sitting next to a fire on the beach with some of the ancient Mayan people, and we were looking out over the sea, and we were looking at the bioluminescent, plankton coming in, when it glowed blue. And there was this horseshoe crab looking thing that washed up. And I picked it up, and inside there was a being like this that was snapping. I mean, it was a baby version of it. I was like, oh, that's creepy, and I put it back down. I picked it up, I put it back down. And I was told then that some of these creatures eat that plankton, and then when they come out of it, they have like this creepy like bioluminescent blue color when they get irritated. And just like the plankton do. They inherited the ability after a while. Some of the insectoid descendant lineages that were here, or more primal, like crab-like races, have inherited some of these bioluminescent capabilities, like the plankton. And the ones that you were showing, the land one, that is like kind of like an insectoid race. But also on the East Coast, we encountered these really primal spider slash crustacean like races that would crawl like in another frequency, crawl up on land and try to find nesting sites and such. And that were on land. They could go in the sea and on land and breathe both air and water. And they were pretty creepy because they would go after like human remains or something that was freshly dead, or like a scavenger to get some of the decay and everything, like a ghoul, kind of like a ghoul. But the mer racers that I've encountered out there were more sentient. These other things were slightly regressed into more of a scavenging type of instinct mentality, but they could still communicate with you if they wanted to. But they were more predatory than any of the other races. They were more of like a trench type of abyssal type of a race that just wanted to stay out of the light mostly, but they did come on land to scavenge for materials for nesting. And they were pretty. So some of the galactics, they were kind of a nuisance, but some of the galactics hunted them as well, very much like these. And also the ones that I encountered, if they did come on land and they were in a frequency and they were physically near you, they would try to harm you, or they would try to steal certain energies from you as well, like a vampire. So both sexual and otherwise. So it was some of them are annoying, but some of the crab-like ones I've seen are more sentient, where they will interact with you like a regular person as well. So it does run the gambit. So they are characterizing several types of things here, especially with that crab look. We saw that mostly again out on the East Coast. Like in North Carolina, Virginia, and in South Carolina, and those areas up the coast. And so a lot of the colonial states. Also, there is a legend that they like to associate with the whole Blair Witch thing, but it's like there's a spider-like race that they think came from the sea that was like this, that actually would drain children of their hemoglobin and blood, like iron and blood plasma and all this other stuff. It was around in the time where the Blair Witch was supposed to have taken place in the 1600s or so, but it was like and the natives referred to this. I think it was this. It was called a hippomelicus or something like that. There was some native word, long coastal native word. I can't completely remember it, but it was associated with a spider-like crustacean type being that it was somewhere in the Connecticut area that and further up the coast up into Massachusetts and Maine, that the natives just kind of steered clear of them when they found their territory. And where they would find their territory or nests, there would be like bones and stuff where they've siphoned it off of people, and all the trees would be dead and everything around it. They'd create like these weird like tree dome like structures for nests, kind of like how a spider would form a web, but they did it out of branches and trees and bones and such. And the natives stayed away from them whenever they found a territory like that, because they would suck the life out of an area and kind of just convert it into like a death like scenario, or like this apocalyptic like scenario. But that's what I know about that race.
All right. So now we're going to talk about the Harpies. Harpies are an entirely female composed race led by the eldest of a group. They live in nests and are by far more bestial than many beast races. They eat carrion and care little for its quality. They have some magical ability and are known to be extremely territorial. They reproduce by kidnapping or, in some odd cases, breeding with willing members of other races, and are very protective of their young. They also have been known to lust after specific men and hoard shiny objects and wear jewelry. Harpies are native to High Rock and Hammerfell primarily, which are not these right here. That's pretty much everything we know about the Harpies. If you know anything about them other than from real mythology, or just like I know they're in real mythology and stuff, but if you've met a race like them, go ahead.
Yeah, these are fall under more the demonic category. These kind of fall under a mix of between succubus and like some of the negative nymph-like elementals, lusting after different men and such. But the one this matches the closest is one here in the Southwest called an owl witch, and they tend to go after children a lot, but they tend to take energy from children a lot. They harvest a part of the brain that's in the back here, but they'll latch on to men they like. Mainly men. They don't go after women a whole lot, but they're also associated with damaging vehicles in areas that tend to go near their territory, to be able to lure people out into the desert, and those people tend to disappear. Down here in the Southwest near Yuma, when Joanna and I got caught out there in between Quartzsite and Yuma, there's a military proving grounds out there. They're out in the open desert and also out into the Mojave. I call it owl witch territory because I'll have to start calling them harpies because they look exactly like this. So what happens, the natives call them owl witches, but they would lure people out into the desert, and those people would disappear. And on the flip side, they would stalk certain men for a period of time in their life and eventually drain them of their energy, and then lure them out and kill them, or bring bad fortune to the tribe. So they're considered one of the most top vicious demonic types out there, and they're incredibly difficult to get rid of. By the time you've detected they're around, they've been around for quite some time. And cutting their head off works, but there is a technique where I found this in a dream where. But actually, before I go to that, what happened to our car was one of them broke our car engine block. That's how strong some of them can be. They crawl into the engine and they break down the engine so that you're stuck out in the desert somewhere. But in a dream sequence, I saw some native peoples drowning one of them in a whirlpool. And then they encapsulated it in this vat that you could see the entire surface of inside. And this owl witch, they drowned it in a whirlpool and dispersed its energy. It was basically the ancient Mayan races showing me how to get rid of one. And I found out if you can pull one into even a bit of whirling water that you shake up yourself and do this with, you can draw one into some water, since they don't like being around water. The real ones don't. They're in dry environments. They don't need water to survive like we do. They usually live in caves that don't have any liquid. It's just dry. Bone, essentially, if you went into their lair, you'd see bones and stuff laying around. But you suck them in with magnetic energy and a whirlpool. but at the same time, if you're of a high enough frequency, you can just chop their head off. But they put up a fight, a major fight, and they can fly like this, and they do pretty much look exactly like this. If they can transform their wings out from arms essentially and become large, like almost like how bats have the hands at the end of the wings essentially. They can pretty much do that, envelop the person and consume their energy by putting them up against them, and they can essentially just melt them into them and melt somebody into them and consume their energy. Very dangerous creatures. I've encountered maybe 4 in my lifetime because we live near the desert, and they're up there in some of the top upper echelon type of classifications of bad guys. And I believe the ones from ancient Greek mythology were essentially a descendants lineage of these, and or like an ancestral line of these. And I do believe they're also related to some avian species that are out there too. But I also found out that they also were this particular grouping was genetically engineered by the Orions as like a servant race. They took some avian DNA and crossed it and did some genetic engineering and some magical rituals and came up with this harpy-like race. And they're they're very hostile. This is why the Native Americans are so deathly afraid of these guys, because they're fairly potent, but they're not impossible to get rid of. Just like any of the demonic type races, I put in the demon category. Not impossible to get rid of. They're just not easy to get rid of.
All right. Well, after them, we're going to talk about giants. And giants are the 10 to 15 foot tall, bestial, human-like creatures native to Skyrim, Orsinium, and parts of eastern High Rock. They are known to herd mammoths and take cattle from farms, especially in Skyrim, where sometimes the Nords will even like gift them cattle to try to appease them. They have a language, but it can only really be understood by giants at this point. Though we know they used to be able to communicate with mortals because like the normal mortal races, because like the Dwemer getting the name dwarf actually comes from a giant talking about them. Not like, and it's implied that like if a giant's referring to a member of a mortal race, they just always use the word dwarf, and so that's how it got misconstrued to the Dwemer. So that's how the Dwemer got like the dwarf name. They also are they also craft rudimentary fur clothes and make mammoth cheeses. They're also adorn themselves with tattoos and like these body raised markings. Like they're actually like skin, but they like the certain parts of African culture will do this too, where they'll like, I don't know how they do it, but they get like thick skin like that. And they also wear like bone based jewelry and adornments, and they use beads in their hair and stuff. So they do have like culture, but they're not like anymore, and they've kind of devolved culturally into this like race that can only communicate with themselves, and they're no longer like this race that communicates with other races. And then they do have females. You don't see them in Skyrim, but they are in ESO, and they tend to be a bit like large, stocky women. Almost, I think they're based highly off of like some early fertility goddess art.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and the females tend to be even more rare than the males, and that they tend like they are. It says that they're a matriarchy, but you really rarely see the females, and I think it's because the like one mother is in charge of like a whole regions group instead of like multiple women, like in small tribal communities. I think it's more like there's a bunch of giants in one area and like one female.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, so that's how I feel that the giants are. But that's kind of all we know about the giants. They have had conflicts with orcs in the past, and Malakath will use them to test his people. Like he'll compel giants to attack orc strongholds to see if the orcs are strong enough to repel them, and if they're not, he lets them destroy the stronghold because they're obviously too weak to be orcs. That's literally what Malakath will do. It happens in Skyrim in the beginning of the quest where you have to help an orc chief try to like get Malakath's favor back, and eventually he tries to betray you, and then when you eventually return to the tribe, that you get Malakath like Volendrung. But Yeah, so the giants have been used by like the Daedra to like show off as like tools, but we really don't know much about their beliefs or what they are into. But there is a story. It's a bit of conjecture in the lore that the giants may be like this offshoot of the ancient Nords, and what happened was Malakath again like tried to make it so the Nords would be like age out of Skyrim. Like he basically tried to trick the Nords into believing like they could live like forever as children or something. And then it took the in like Lorcan in the form of Shore showing up and like fixing it for the to have like a normal lifetime again. But we think at the same point, like a group of Nords split into the Giants, and that prior to this event, the Giants were 10, all the Nords were that tall, like this tall, and that now after they're not. And this would have been very early on in the like the Atmoran Nordic like colonization of Skyrim. So it's so early that most of the ruins you wouldn't be able to tell it in, because most of the ruins even weren't even built then. But we don't know for sure if this is true or not. It's just a story that happens to be in the lore.
Okay, that's actually quite interesting. Because yeah, I believe that the certain giants were like offshoots of some of the different Nordic groups, and this seems to be like more of an offshoot. Also, based on the ears, they look like they have like big Syrian or elf mixture in there as well. It's also interesting where there's the African reference too, where it has the has the skin like that. Because I've encountered some African people when I've worked in different jobs where they had the different marks on the head, the different marks on the face and the arms and such, so that they came from those particular tribal affiliations. But with this specific thing, though, I feel this is the same as some of the giants were around the time of Asgard's explosion. There were large giants like this on Earth that could talk like normal people. They would converse like with normal people. Even long before that, there were giants as well. And around in the European area around the times of Atlantis, there were areas and lands of giants that we now call Jotunheim, which is Jotun giant. It's around in that area, so it's land of the giants. So yeah, there were giants on Asgard as well. That's why you see the angelic figure stomping what they always say is Satan. That picture was supposed to be like of Michael and of Satan, but it was really a winged reptilian that was stomping on a giant. And essentially they looked like this. A lot of them were more robust though. And the versions of it that exist now, there are some that exist now, but in Peru there are a group of Viking Nordic long-skulled giants that have some like reptilian because they have some slitted eyes. Some of them look like blue eyes, like Scandinavian people, and those guys are more cannibalistic. That live up in some of the mountain areas and some of the frequencies and such too. We had a friend of ours that actually explored parts of Peru and was chased out of an area by large giants about this size. But yeah, they're the proto Viking people also had, like we discussed in the men episode, where they were slightly taller than what would be the Viking groups. And they came from Admora would be like the Asgardians that were much larger. So yeah, would be more like of an offshoot of that, or like a genetic offshoot of that. But it looks like the way they did it, they merged elf and Nord, which also goes along the lines of some of the former House M and former House E people, which being elemental and Asgardian type people merging, and also Viking type people merging with Elven types to get forms like this, like elemental Viking looking forms like this, like tree giants, Elven giants. Some even were like part satyr, part Viking look, because I've seen some with like hooves that have a Viking face like this. Some are good, some aren't. Some are tricksters. But like you had Lorcan taking the form of Shore. I've seen that very thing with some of these negative elemental types too, where they'll flip and like the Loki type mentality, or actually like Loki where he would change form as well. But yeah, I've seen ones very similar to this that are even in a caveman type of mentality as well. So it's pretty close. The ones I saw didn't have blue skin like this, but it was grayish skin, but they had like more of a Caucasian look to them, and they didn't all have pointy ears. Some did. Some had slightly blunted tipped pointed ears. But so there is a that's interesting where they look like they're part elemental, part Nord, which happens to be a true fusion between elemental and Viking types.
All right, now we're gonna get right into the Imga, and the Imga are the regal apes of southern Tamriel. Basically, they're native to the forests of Valenwood and parts of the jungles of Elsweyr, and they hold the High Elves culture as the pinnacle of all culture. Most of them, they can speak and write, and they like to mimic the High Elves. And so this is like literally a drawing that one of the old school devs of the Elder Scrolls drew. And it's literally showing how they will like stand and wear capes and things and try to mimic like high elven lords. And they'll like learn to duel and stuff, and they'll try to speak as proper as they can. And that they will even go as far as bleaching their like skin and face to try to appear light skinned like the elves, because they're basically gorillas in their physicality. Like this would be an Imga wizard, which they can use magic. They're, to be fair, the only reason they're not like a playable race, in my opinion, is one, there are not many of them like outside of Valenwood. Two, it would be a nightmare like making the skeleton for them like work with all the tool, like the weapons and stuff. Like, and three, they are a bit more primitive than the other races, but they can interact on the same level.
Okay.
And then like here's like a more updated version of the picture that I just showed you. That was like this drawing. Somebody took that picture and then made this to really show what like in depth how they would look. And yeah, so the Altmer fully embrace the fact that they try to mimic them and stuff to utilize them as best they can as servants, household like guards, as well as like they'll utilize them in war. Like they'll basically be like, Imga, come join us in our crusade against the humans. Sometimes they'll do that. Now, however, what is ironic is that Imga is also one of the biggest enemies the king like elfdom has ever had in Tamriel, because there was during the first empire, the Alessian Empire, Saint Alessia and her heirs died out, but the empire didn't fall. So what happened was the religious order called the Alessian Order took over. And they were basically kind of like the Spanish Inquisition in the fact of how like militant they were with the religion. And an Imga named Maruk was the leader of the Alessian Order at the time, and he basically passed and like persecuted elves. So priorly in the Alessian Order, you'd have a lot of aliens that previously surrendered or joined the human rebellion against like the main aliens that were like enslaving and sacrificing them to the Daedra, take up a role of advisor, because they already had an empire. Who's better to teach them about having an empire than somebody who had an empire, right? And this Imga and his like reforms of the alien like order basically made being an elf like the lowest part of society you could be. And they became persecuted. They became second-class people, and they ended up mostly leaving because there was finally like a genocide against like these aliens and any elf living within like Alessian territory at the time. So a lot of them fled to High Rock, which I've shown on this video, to the Durrani Hegemony, who was a group of elven people that were in power in High Rock at the time. And this led to wars between the Durrani and the Alessian Empire. And basically those wars, even though the Alessians lost in the end and they didn't like conquer all of High Rock, it basically undid the Durrani Hegemony as like the hegemons of High Rock. So like the elven control over High Rock decreased significantly, and the Durrani kind of got pushed back to their own island. The island that we showed that tower on in High Rock in the Iliac Bay, where like the gods were supposed to come from, like originally like hold council and stuff. The Durrani all went back there, and now High Rock is like the Manmer Breton kingdoms. But it wouldn't have been that way unless it was for that Imgus making those rules that basically turned like being elven into like an undesirable thing. Yeah, so Maruk also leads to something to do with the next race we're going to talk about. And it's interesting because it's one of those times that like it's this race that reveres the high elves, but this one who kind of set back high elven control on the continent a lot, because through him the high elves who were in power in High Rock lost their power. Many of the holdout aliens or aliens that joined the Alessians were forced to flee to all the corners of Tamriel. He's basically the reason why you don't have like native Cyrodiilic high elves anymore. So yeah, it was one Imga that kind of led to all this nonsense with the early Alessian order and stuff. And it's just a funny little piece of the lore because it's normally they're considered a race that's a bit like that's a beast race that's like sub-intelligent, but this one created such political change in Tamrielic history that it's just entertaining to talk about them.
That's interesting because there have been conflicts between elven races and forest people. So you got a bit of the Anakam lines in here as well, where of them and their descent lineages, where some of the forest people in their history got pushed back by human races back into some of where some of their territory is now. Where you see when you go into different forested areas and you see X's and you see the different tree markings, bent branches and the like are marking certain territorial lines. There were certain territorial lines that were agreed upon in the past by some of the natives and some of the Sasquatch. And some people don't realize is the natives were at war with the forest people for some time because there's some mythology where some native children were stolen by some more cannibalistic type of cryptids that were not forest people. They got set up by the Orions essentially. And that started a conflict between the two sides for some time, and eventually led to the forest people having their own delegated territory. Very much like later in history, the natives were conquered by white people that delegated them to certain territory, certain reservations and stuff. Because of the fact the Orions were behind these bigger governmental bodies punishing another race that they saw was like an enemy, like the Sasquatch forest people. And then eventually they considered the natives their enemy too, because they were descended from Lemurian. So the Syrians and Orions would have considered them enemy. So yeah, at one point, some of the ape-like people and the forest people and everything were able to push back different elf races and like some of the Orion lords and some Syrian races. So it's very, very similar. The Galactic History site is very, very similar to that of this. And the fact that they were starting to mimic, high elves and everything at one point. Some of them were not in servitude to elven type races, but more like enslaved by them. This is also coinciding with today, whereas they are having to steer clear of Orion and also human military. And I can't go too far into that completely. They asked me not to go too far into that. I'm being told to stop at the moment for that part. But the past stuff I can touch on. I'm being told this is actually accurate. I'm getting an intuitive blurb that it's accurate. But the fact that that one guy was able to change the entire dynamic of the area, that's actually pretty funny. I had not heard that story in the Elder Scrolls lore before with some of the Sasquatch facsimiles. Also, they're very adept at magic, very adept at healing, passing between different frequencies, and also they don't leave footprints, which is highly unknown to people. They're like, oh, it's known for Bigfoot. Only if they want to be seen. They generally don't leave big feet prints everywhere unless they're trying to show you something or they want to communicate in some way. So if they wanted to leave their stamp on history, essentially. And there's some other negative things that have been done to them, but in history, but I won't go into that part yet. But because they're not wanting me to go too far into it. But but this is actually I'm getting more of a happy vibe that they've been put into the lore here. It's like this, yeah, it reflects us a little bit, but it's kind of like that in that way. But also the fact that they have them related to elves, you can see again the pointed ears, and you have some of them have the elongated skull too, like some of the long-skulled elven people in Scandinavian and Celtic history as well, where it's a merging of that. And also East Indian culture, you have the monkey people like Hanuman that were Lemurian in origin. There was the monkey people and some of the shorter Menahune like East Indian types that went over to India and entered the Vedic religion. So yeah, it's something that was being blocked from my head trying to say something about some of the origin story there as well. The original origin was essentially like in the Pleiades, and they came here, and some of their DNA ended up getting incorporated into our earlier hominids. But also the fact that they show them again as magicians and as wizards. That's very accurate as well to the Anakam lines. I've met some really old elders that have that same appearance. Some of them wear clothes like that. Like some of their guards, actually, of the inner earth wear armor like that and have spears of that glow on the tip like that. So that's actually quite interesting. A lot of the time they don't wear clothes, but in this one, in some instances, they have armor that's fairly similar to that.
Yeah, and to be fair, that was just one Imga who did like the whole thing against the elves. Like most of them do revere the high elves as like the pinnacle of culture. But
okay, so the sophistication, like pinnacle of sophistication culture, yeah, because some elven cultures did actually, in reality, create some of the more sophisticated aristocratic type of stuff, some of the good stuff, and some of the not so good stuff. So that there's a truth to that as well.
All right, so now we're getting into the Minotaurs, and the Minotaurs are the half men, half bull creatures native to Cyrodiil. As they are like native, like they were meant to be like Greek and Roman in our world. They are they're only really found in Cyrodiil in the Elder Scrolls, and we're going to explain their origin because we actually know their origin in the Elder Scrolls, like beyond a shadow of a doubt. So the Minotaur creation dates back to the union of Saint Alessia, the founder of the First Empire, and her lover/general Morahaus, the Winged Man Bull, who helped her defeat the aliens and found the First Empire. So this guy, this bull bird creature here, is Morahaus, as he's described in the lore, a Winged Man Bull. And then in Oblivion, you can find this statue that's meant to be Morahaus. And I think this is meant to be like his human aspect, but this is the aspect they talk about him stamping with blood-covered horns inside like the Song of Pelennor, which kind of is a book series in the games that kind of go over like the Alessian Revolt as well as the feats of Pelennor Whitestrake, who I plan to do a big episode about the Alessian Empire in our here.
Yes.
Pelennor is going to be a very central topic about that episode. But just to give you a thing, he screams a guy from the future who doesn't get born for about another millennia's name, while devouring the intestines of elves and frothing at the mouth. He's proclaiming glory to Riemann, the founder of the Second Empire, while doing this, and he's widely described as like the elf killing god of the world. Like he would just walk into a city and all the elves would be dead in an hour.
Oh wow! Okay.
Back to Morahaus. So this was Saint Alessia's lover, and they basically created their union and subsequent actions created the Minotaurs, and actually the second emperor of the Alessian Empire, their son was the first emperor or empress, and Belharza was a Minotaur that became like the second emperor. And many of his children became like the leaders of the first tribal groups of Minotaurs to ever come about, like the different clans of Minotaurs. As well as the fact that Minotaurs served in the Alessian order and stuff. They could speak and talk to everybody. They were actually parts of like the society. They served as like military people, guards, priests. Like they were high up in like that society because they came from basically the founding empress. But when all of her like direct line ended with like after Belharza's emperorship, and I think one more half Minotaur, half Imperial Emperor came about, the Alessian Order came about, and we can basically say that our friend, we'll just use him as Maruk for the rest of the video. part of the whole anti-elven rhetoric that they possessed was also just anti-human rhetoric, like anti not anything but like an actual human race. So like Red Guards, Imperials, well, Yakutans at the time, but Yakutans, like the very early Nedic Imperials, the Nords, and the Bretons, they were kind of like the height of civilization at that point, or what they believe is like the top caste. And so Minotaurs did get decreased as well. And as a result, a lot of the Minotaurs then went out into the wild and started their own thing and abandoned the Empire because they didn't see a reason to stay anymore because they were being actively persecuted against.
Hmm.
So they went out into the fields and they left society at the fall of the First Empire completely and have now sort of devolved into like more bestial, like actual Minotaur creature things. They have societies and clans still, but they don't. If they can still understand the mortal races, it's unknown.
Yeah, anytime I encountered them in the game lore, they were basically bad guys that were like feral. Yeah, yeah, and I myself, looking into things, have only encountered minotaurs one time, and I caught them in another dimensional bubble. This was years ago before I knew about different bubbles, and I caught them in. They said they were just in their own realm, and they were on an island, and they said that they had been sent there by some elven type people to basically keep them off the earthly plane, and they thought it was unfair that it had been done to them, and that they said they originally had been essentially genetically engineered from the what we would see as like almost like an apis bull type of figure, like in ancient Egypt, and that they existed on the earthly plane in our frequency or in our world around that time. And also, bulls and cows have been symbols of the basically of Baal. Later on, in this time it's essentially the Anunnaki lord Baal, which would then be associated with like Molag Bal in Elder Scrolls. But even though they don't really have anything to do with that in this, it's I do believe they came they came from a race that interacted on Atlantis and Lemuria, and they then just scattered after those two areas were destroyed. This is that's more opinion than that I know about, but this goes along lines also in Greek mythology with like Theseus and the Minotaur, where one was captured and put in the center of the maze, and Theseus ends up killing it. I feel that was a descendant of one of these races, very much like in Elder Scrolls, where you said they devolved after a while. I feel it was one of the more devolved type forms. I believe this was like a similar story of a lot of the different races coming together, like on Atlantis. Whereas that's where the story of the Tower of Babel came from. I found out where essentially all communications with the different races were cut, and this is also where the separate languages came about. You had different races that came together, could understand each other because they could walk Atlantis and Lemuria, and no matter what language they were speaking, they could all understand each other. When that was destroyed, it broke apart that universal translator, and then hence you have separate languages. And this set of beings, I believe, looking back on Atlantis, I did see cow and bull like races there that had shorter horns that were they were slicked back a little bit, and they kind of went up just slightly. But then I believe some of the Earth environments and the Earth energetic fields and everything made them more feral, just like what happened with the dogmen when the Antiqua tried to bring dogmen DNA here. Our energetic fields made some of them more feral and some of them more aggressive. So this is Atlantis more likely had a protective barrier around it. It did at one point before that dropped. It was more likely protecting them from some of those variances from outside. But this is very much like some of the ones I encountered look like, but the ones I encountered weren't as aggressive. They were a little narrower, and they did have armor and robes and such. But those were some of the more sophisticated ones of the Atlantean period and before, long before. Even that, more than likely, all the way back to the Asgardian period. But there are ones that I've seen that have bigger bulk like this that do carry weapons and clubs around as well. So it looks like they have a similar type of a de-evolutionary story to them in reality. It's very similar.
Yeah, now in most of the Elder Scrolls, you don't see them with armor and stuff like this. This is actually a chieftain of a
Mm.
little thing, and only like their chieftains and stuff wear armor and stuff now. It's basically a way to differentiate the enemy type, I think. In like,
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The ones I saw were wearing mostly robes, and then you had their guards that looked more like this, but with thinner armor. And then they did have a leader amongst them that did have like a kind of like a shining looking armor to him as well. So yeah.
going back to Mora House here, he's actually described as as the son of Kine, which is like Kinnereth, the goddess, and which would also mean that he is undirectly related. Well, he's directly related to Shore, and in fact, I'm just going to give it a little bit of deep lore right now. We'll talk about it more in the founding of the First Empire video, but Pelennor Whitestrike is considered to be a Shezarine or an aspect of Shore, like part of Shore incarnated. And Shore is just Lorcan. They are the same. But like Shore Shore and Kinnereth are husband and wife in the Nordic pantheon. And him, Morehouse, being Kine's son, he actually refers to Shore as uncle because it's like, I know I'm not your, like, it was meant to be like she is the union of Kine and another, and Shore is like his unofficial father, like uncle like figure. And they refer to each other as that in there. And then when Alessia finally dies, they like bring her soul into like the afterlife, essentially. Especially what's interesting is Pelennel's dead and he actually comes back and is there, but we're not going to talk about that till that episode because that episode's further out and it's just some deep lore, but it's something cool that goes on. Now we're going to talk about the Lamia, which are the snake women of Tamriel. They are found primarily in Morrowind and Blackmarsh, and they live in tribal societies. They worship the Egg Mother and the Great Egg. And in High Rock, during the events of Daggerfall, there was a version of Lamia in the games, but they were more of like... no, I don't have a picture of it, I don't think. No, I don't. It's basically like, instead of having it all be like snake, but with like anthropomorphic figures up on top, it was more like a mermaid, but a snake bottom instead of like a fish bottom, where it was like it actually looked human. But a lot of the art style from anything before Morrowind is kind of conjecture, because they were really going for like the Conan the Barbarian look in the games, whereas now afterward they're trying to do their own thing. And so it's not known if like canonically there's a different form of Lamia or not, or if they're all going to look like this creature going forward. But as we know, they use they have magic, they make potions, they use poisons, they have a tribal society, most led by queens. They take up residence in ruins, which is one of the only things they don't do, is they don't build their own structures. And they're known to use armor as well as jewelry. And there's like different castes within them based on like the color of their scales.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, this is the Naga race, like in the East Indian cultures. They even have like the jewelry essentially, like some of the East Indian, and I've seen Naga before, looking into like some of the temples, like the temple of Shiva and the other temples in India. I've come across Naga, and I've come across ones that have more of a human upper body as well, that look like just a regular like East Indian person, or even have some of them even have Caucasian features and Persian features as well. And I've always believed them to be a hybrid of creatures that were genetically made. Even though they would argue they had their own land and all of that, I believe they were seeded as well. I don't think they knew their complete origins when I was talking to them. But some of them will manipulate people quite heavily. Some of them will draw energy off of people. Some of them are in line with more like jinn and genie type figures, where they'll mess with people's what I call luck threads or entanglement type threads to change some of their fate or destiny type of situations where their timeline will derail. I've seen that, and some of them are just plain old tribal, like this, where they make their own food, clothing, and different jewelry and everything. So I've seen them run the gambit. Some of them are kind, some of them are not. Some of them were used and abused by the Orions back in the day. But also I've seen other people talk about different Naga-like races that some people in the SSP have encountered, whereas they have a snake lower body and a human upper body, and some of them look a little bit like this. So it's just a generational, like descendant lineages of some of these different aspects. But some of the ones that are in other frequencies, though, that I've even seen in this very own neighborhood that I'm in, where we were talking with a group of Naga one time. They even had different queens that are amongst different tribes as well, and they're a matriarchal society. I've never seen a male leader amongst them. They have men, but I've never seen a male leader amongst them. It's more like how the Garuda are in Zelda, whereas the male one's only around once every 100 or so years or so. It's kind of similar to that, where the character of Ganon came from. But in this type of situation, yeah, they have queens that are like regional heads of different tribes and different affiliations. And if anybody of them step out of line or bother anybody that didn't actually show aggression towards them first, they're quite brutal to their criminals, from what I've seen. They punish them quite harshly for bothering humans when the human was not the aggressor. If the human's aggressor, God help them. But it's like, but because the two sides have been in conflict before. This is why East Indian cultures revere them, because I believe that it was something that a long time ago that was trying to be made up for, like in the Lemurian period or Atlantean period, that was trying to be made up for, and it turned into a religion or a form of worship after a while in history. And it was, but I think it was basically a crime from around the invasion time frame of Lemurian Atlantis, and during the wartime of Lemurian Atlantis, that's trying to be made up for from that war period. That's kind of loosely based on my observations, is what it is in my intuitive inklings. I'm getting a validation to that, but yeah, there are also regressed forms, like I said, of these people, and there's actual more intelligent forms of these people. I tend to steer clear of them, mind you, because they also don't always like communications from outsiders, even telepathically based humans or human hybrids or anything like that. They just don't want to get involved too much. And they don't want some of their people to get involved. But there are other tribal affiliations that also interfere, like I said, and do energy farming as well.
It's heavily implied in the lore that they also reproduce like the same way that the Harpies do, in like sort of a non-consensual way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's also implied, though, that like when they get that, the person that they did it with is not leaving that situation alive.
Oh, okay. We're basically
It's like a mantis almost, where like they screw and then it kills the male part of the DNA.
Yeah, just like a praying mantis will bite the head off the male one. Yeah, it's essentially like that. And the fact they worship an egg, essentially an egg is a symbol of like rebirth of a new world, or essentially a cycle of rebirth and eternal like infinity cycle, essentially. So that's interesting. They brought that in as their god. But the Naga societies that I've run into, you never see a male. It's always women.
All right. The next one are the Lilmothi, and the Lilmothi are the fox people who were once native to Black Marsh. They lived in Lilmoth, which was like their name literally means like the people of Lilmoth, and which was a region of Black Marsh. They were known to be traders and decent enough like warriors. They had like a gypsy or sort of like Eastern European look to them, but then there was also some people that say they have like an Eastern Asian look to them. So I personally like to go with sort of a mix between like gypsy, Eastern European, and like Filipino design when I think about them. And when the Nahatan flu came out in the early Second Era, they all went extinct as a result of the Nahatan flu. And the Nahatan flu was basically this awful disease that broke out originally in Black Marsh and then spread out into the rest of Tamriel. It killed a lot of people in the rest of Tamriel, but not like everything. In Black Marsh, however, it killed anything that was not a Hist tree or an Argonian. And so a lot of like lore buffs seem like come to the conclusion that they think an Argonian like wise woman or an Argonian dark magician made it up to try to clear the area out of anything that's not them. Whereas, so now like there are some mods for Skyrim that add the Lilmithet in as like a playable race and stuff, but they have not been spotted for at least a couple, like 1,500 years since before the events of Skyrim in the games. But yeah, they're basically just like a fox person in the same sort of way that the Khajiit are a cat person. They definitely have a bit of that like Anubis look going on with the ears and the facial structure. But really, we don't know much about them because they're mentioned in the lore and then they've never been expunged upon like further. And even when you go to Black Marsh, after the Nahatan flew in the Elder Scrolls Online, and there's not much of a mention of them ever, like at all in that game either. So
yeah, it sounds like the Argonians also assisted in wiping them out, sort of thing, and just covered up that crime with the sickness too, kind of like a genetic purging. But this is actually interesting because I ran into a race not that long ago that looked exactly like this, that were shorter though, and they were tribally based, but they were highly technologically based as well. And they lived in the area of Austria and Hungary and Romania, in those areas. And I found out I could back this up with history. Someone told us that some of the history in the area reported fox-like people that were exactly like what I was seeing spotted in areas of Romania, Austria, and Hungary. So that fits. It's basically like Eastern Europe. Going into Austria, Hungary, and all those areas. And they essentially were. Essentially a mix between galactic and elemental. They mimicked some galactic traits, but and then went out into space and everything after a while. But they had their own pocket that they wandered around in that area of the world, and they had that their own dimensional pocket in that area. So these look exactly like what I was seeing. But the fact that they also said other races didn't like them very well. They thought they were kind of standoffish of them. So there was a tension growing there. So this is why I'm thinking in the Elder Scrolls lore, even though there was that flu that went around, I'm thinking the Argonians had something to do with that, wanting to just claim the entire territory. But yeah, this is exactly like the fox race that I've spoken to. I cannot remember their name offhand. It's on our Patreon and from Galactic Interstellar Council after show. But yeah, this looks exactly like a race that I've dealt with. Also, the fact that they have a Anubis look, they're like that one there looks very similar to the Antiqua or predecessor race to different werewolf and other races. I believe this race is related to them or an offshoot of them in some fashion. But the Anubis people were considered to be like regal dogmen or jackal-looking races, like you see in Egyptian mythology, or like Anubis. But yeah, that's what I was able to figure out about these people.
all right. And again, yeah, there's a lot of different. So this was, I think, somebody trying to make like mods, and then they just wanted to do a lot more of it. That is terrifying, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the one on the far right there, though.
Yeah. Which, like, I guarantee that they basically just took the Khajiit body in game and then gave it like normal feet and then like a dog tail, but the face is terrifying. The mesh where the head goes on is, like, when it's in armor and stuff, it doesn't look so bad, but when it's just naked, it looks terrifying.
Creepy. Yeah, I was going to say that is pretty creepy, actually. Yeah, yeah. At least the other one that had like the regal look was fine, but yeah, that other one was pretty creepy.
All right, and so I believe, yeah, no, this is the second last race we're going to cover today, or the Slode. We've talked about the Slode a little bit here and there throughout this, and the Slode are the necromantic slug-like beings native to the islands west of Valenwood called Thrace. And the Coral Kingdom is the name of what they call their kingdom around Thrace. Basically, they've warred with the Altmer. They've warred with the various empires. They raise the dead and use them as servants and armies. They're good at business. When they're born in large colonies, and it's basically expected that like 1% of them will reach adulthood. The others are turned into soaps that they sell for profit. They are known to buy up dead slaves from Morrowind, ship them back to their homeland, and then resurrect them. They are also known for releasing the Thracian plague upon Tamriel, which then led to an army comprised of basically every mortal race that was on Tamriel, but chiefly the Redguards, Bretons, and Altmer with Imperial support, going to Thrace, basically destroying most of it before they used magic to sink their society underwater. So it's unknown if Thrace is islands currently or underwater. That was in the second era, so they're probably back up top on land now. You can run into them in Morrowind. There's a trader that has unique items and stuff and is of this race, and then there's one inside the Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. That is the only time you ever really run into them, but they are talked about. And there is a boat in Skyrim called the Dainty Sload, which goes around the Abyssinian Sea. Sort of this ocean here is the Abyssinian Sea. Thrace would be out here somewhere.
All right.
So
yeah, it's very interesting with the Sload. They remind me of a mix of things. They also in the Star Wars mythos, or the Star Wars lore, you have like the Hutts that are essentially these like Sload-looking business type of people. They're heavily involved in business. They remind me of like Jabba the Hutt a little bit. Also, they have like a frog type of appearance as well. There's been some frog type beings that would hang out in waterways and lure people to their death in the waterways, make themselves look like rocks and geological structures and stuff like that. Or they would sit on the land next to a river, taunt the person to get them to come close to them where they could grab them. That's in Japanese mythology. But and they also resemble a demon type a little bit. That's more like a fat human that would get carried around on a stretcher or on a hammock. That would basically have essentially slaves that they would capture children and young adults and would essentially eat them, but would have them carry them around on the stretcher, and then they would have villages give them a slave every now and again, very much like how children were offered to reptilians and the like. But the fact that they took dead slaves and resurrected them, that's interesting because of the fact that certain alien races can take just dead people and resurrect them and use them out in the slave trade and stuff in the galaxy. So it's very, very similar to that. But this picture fits more like almost like the Jabba the Hutt type of scenario as far as the business type of stuff goes and the trading goes.
Yeah, they tend to all look like that, and they tend like that's like an extreme look, but most of them are fat creatures like this.
Yeah, it's essentially the whole Jabba the Hutt thing. Like, we've been watching Book of Boba Fett, where Jabba the Hutt's territory is now taken over by Boba Fett, and the other Hutts were coming in that looked very much like this. 2 other Hutts came in and were talking about how they conduct business and all this other stuff. So it's very similar. It's very, very similar.
Yes, and also these guys, religiously, it's said that they do worship the Daedra, but they only are there for as well as that they can have like the best deal possible for them.
Okay.
And also, the one god that they do kind of worship is Metamarco, the King of Worms. And that's just so that they can get better necromantic skills.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. These are closer to the Hutts in Star Wars than they are the frog species, like I had originally said when we talked about them in another episode. So that's very interesting.
Yeah. And the final race we're covering today are the goblins. And The goblins are a tribal race native to most of Tamriel. They appear in pretty much everywhere with different forms. Like on Solstheim, they're called Reeklings. They're similar to goblins. They're not perfectly DNA like copies of goblins, but they're clearly related. But they appear all over the place and are often they worship Malacath, the Digiprince of the Spurned and the Ostracized, the same one the orcs worship a lot. And in fact, you can actually find, I think the Skyrim goblins like creation club thing. He's basically like an orc is now in charge of a goblin clan, and he's been blessed by Malacath and stuff. They were enslaved by the Altmer quite often and used as like very low level like gardeners, crop maintenance, that kind of stuff. They do have wise women, which tend to be their like chieftains as well, but they do have like warlords. They do have access to magic, and they are a very tribal society. They will take up residence in caves, mines, abandoned villages, and even during parts of the history of Tamriel, they have like actively come together, multiple clans, to try to wage war against people. They're very opportunistic in this. Generally, if they can see that other stuff is going on and like armies and stuff are not, or military is not there to defend an area, they will try to come out and take over. Generally speaking, they have very little success at holding anything because they don't really have culture. They can't communicate with the mortal races, but they do worship. Or if they can, they communicate fairly rudimentarily, and they're rare in Skyrim, of course, but they're quite common enemies, especially if you played Oblivion. You're killing goblins left, right, and center. And in the Elder Scrolls Online, they're there too, and you kill them. But they can be found in Morrowind. I don't know about Black Marsh, but I know they're in Cyrodiil. I know they're in parts of Southern Skyrim. They're in High Rock. They're in parts of Hammerfell. They're in parts of Valenwood. They're in parts of Elsweyr. They're native to the Somerset Isles as well, but have almost exclusively all become servants there, like very low-level household servants for the Altmer who've enslaved them. So it's mostly on the mainland that they're a problem, but they do exist and they have a culture. And but I'd say they're like the closest. Like if they could understand language, they would definitely become like a race that you. Mm-hmm. But they're not. They don't understand language, and they're a bit devolved like that. They're very. In Skyrim, they actually there's a bit in the lore about how they were like the new changed Falmer have kind of run them out of most areas because the Falmer are just better at what they do because they're essentially a normal race that then was like degenerated. Mm-hmm. Whereas these are like closer intelligence wise than the Falmer because the Falmer have lost like senses, but they haven't. But the Falmer have just better warriors and stuff, so they tend to like stay out of that area because of the Falmer.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen multiple types of races that look like this. Seen degenerated elves that are more like the Falmer. Like they're essentially they're degenerated like elven races that I found out they are more in the Scottish Highlands and also part way up in north in Iceland as well, because there was a story that I've said before other shows, whereas there was a woman that was found out in the middle of nowhere in Iceland, covered in tattoos and naked in the old Elven script, where she said she was captured for 7 or 8 years by underground elves, and they just considered her nuts after that. But it was she was found out in the middle of nowhere, and she was a missing person that had been returned to people, and said elves had held on to her. That they were very much like these goblins, but I've seen variations in the United States of goblin types that look pretty much like Gollum, like this. Have this Gollum-esque type of look to them. That there's a hairy version of them that I've seen that's very similar that they call Puckwudgies that exist on the eastern coast, and they're mischievous. They'll steal stuff. They'll break things. They'll do dark magic on your property if somebody's told them to go do it. They'll run amok and do all sorts of crap on your property, cause mainly mischief. These are very similar. I've seen ones that I call them time thieves, where they take potential energy from people that look like this. Though they do a lot of magic, where they'll take parts of somebody's timeline and put it in kind of like a grip and essentially stagnate somebody. Essentially, like taking a siphon tube for gasoline, siphoning a timeline and plugging it over into something else or someone else. That's a form of what we call karma theft or karma stealing or karma dumping, where you can switch out someone's good fortune for someone's bad fortune. But sometimes these beings will engage in that kind of magic as well. But I do see distinct differences between degenerated elves and goblin like races, like I call the time thieves and puckwudgies. There's even though there may be a common lineage somewhere, it's too far removed to be the same thing, even though they do sometimes look similar. So it's interesting how they separated them in the game lore, where they are two completely different things, and they do act like two completely different things in reality. But yeah, there's also some types of gnomes that look like this, but with regular hair and Caucasian and mulatto type of colored skin that live in the woods. That some of these goblins might be, I believe, are like offshoots of them as well. And different leprechaun type of races that look similar. That there's sometimes a degenerated one with the teeth and the ears and the head that are like this, but at the same time, you have the good ones that are dimensional beings that are quite kind. But this is basically what I know about these guys. Leprechauns and such have different governors and chieftains. Elves do as well, and so do these goblins. They have leaders as well that send them out. The Puckwudgies are the exception to that. They're a bunch of rogues that band together and just cause problems, though.
All right. Well, that'll do it for races today.
All right.
And eventually we will have to come back and do Akavir and some of the other things that we can talk about are coming up forward in the future. But yeah, so this has really kind of been that. I'm going to stop sharing and let you see if anyone's here to come in, and then we'll try to gameplay after.
Oh, okay. All
Just
right.
so I can make sure gameplay works.
Yeah, I've been hearing elementals and stuff yammering in the background here. Like, I knew the forest people were telling me to halt speaking earlier. I could definitely hear they're saying, just be careful what you say, sort of thing, because words can entangle things. So they're very, very justifiably so picky about that. So who is with me? I know there is somebody looking at me. That you don't look familiar to me, friend. If there is a benevolent, kind race that wants to talk on the beast races, that would not put themselves in danger, speaking, I will allow this. Isaac, is there anybody present? There has been for some time. How come I do not see them? Are they too high up in vibration? Look closer. Okay. I was hoping so. All right. Looks like we have. I put it out there that I wanted this race to come through today because they're highly advanced. And they can usually push away any negativity that's around. Their race I met back in 2000 and I want to say in 15. Yeah, when I was on a set of the shows associated with what's known as the Diamonds Network back then. And this race, I'll make sure it's them first for right now. So, okay. Yeah. All right. Can I see your heart space, please? Okay. Yeah. It's you. Yeah. Got it. All right. There's a race that I associated with called the Ligurians, and they are a frog race that come originally from Andromeda, and they came into the Pleiades, came into our solar system. They're associated with a lot of books, story time, and a lot of children. I found out communicate with them, through imagination, play, and all that. And they are extremely high up. Sometimes they will mimic like certain angelic groups in channelings because people can't always handle decode it, brain decoding wise and mentally and energetically a different race that looks like them. They look like a giant frog, essentially amphibious. And so they people associate them with angelic, so therefore people are seeing angelic type of beings, and they go along with it. But I have asked that they not do that when I encounter them, as well as also there's another frog race called. Now I'm being brainwiped here. There are many other frog races out there that there are two major ones. Trogdoboulian is the name of the other one. Is a highly advanced frog species that also can take the forms of guides and sort of angelics that people learn lessons from as they're trying to get people to decode what they look like. There are 4 or 5 of you here. Are there any that I would find familiar? I can't see you hardly. There's actually a large group of you here. Okay, Isaac, can you help vet them, please? Right there. Okay. Oh man, I'm getting like there's like this headache that forms right here. It's like this pressure that forms on the front of the head right here. All right. Joyous, is that you? I knew one by the name of Joyous. He called himself Joyous, but I knew that wasn't his real name. Uh, okay, he's here. I understand. So is Joyous present? I hear you, but I just am having trouble seeing you. Why is that? Let's feel it out. Okay. All right. All right. Here we are. I was hoping one more time, Joyce of Ligurius, benevolent Joyce of Ligurius. Only, please. Are there any benevolent Ligurians that wish to speak today? To fill in for any of the so-called beast races that are out there that also wanted to speak. I wanted the Lyrans also, but the Lyrans put themselves in danger when they come into this neighborhood. So the Ligurians, if anything came near them, they just go like that. It's no consequence to them. So, all right, Joyous. Do you need any other stones? I got plenty sitting in front of me. I know you guys usually do. Okay. Oh, selenite? Yeah, no, they want selenite in front of me. All right. All right. That should do it. All right. Ooh, the top of my head's burning though. You guys are very, very fast moving frequency. Through the crystal, if you would, that'll channel it differently than I've had you come through. Yes, greetings. Yes, this is the Joyous of Lagaris. We are, you would say, an industrious people. We have been around for many, many hundreds of thousands of your years. We have associated with your people in dream and story time for the most part, but we do interact with your people out in the universe and out in your solar system. Some of our people are traders. Some of our people are wizards and magicians, you would call us. Some are scholars, some are scientists, and some are negotiators. There's some even still out in the Pleiades where we have our own homeworld again, which we have had also in your Andromedan galaxy, near the galactic core of the galaxy, where we have a couple of different races that coexist with us from short to tall. I myself fall into the tall category, and I myself have helped assist people in certain spiritual matters and other alchemical matters, very much like the dear Lyrans have. They range from political to warrior to magician and different scientific prowesses such as geometry and mathematics and the like, as well as different spiritual aspects and the like. In the lore that you speak of, it is actually quite accurate to a lot of the races that you have seen currently, including the Slode there. This is why he was somewhat uninformed on the Slode's origins, thinking it was associated with that degenerated frog species, which is not related to us, mind you, not even close in genetics. This particular frog, along with the other one that is a mischievous elemental that is depicted in your Zelda series, are both degenerated mutations and variations of different other types of elementals and other variations of frog genetics on your world that have been genetically engineered with no relation to ourselves, even a little. The Slode types are essentially, again, like he said, the Hutts from Star Wars, essentially, were fashioned off of. This particular species has been an issue in the galactic realm, as far as traders go, and as far as creating their own houses and empires, very much like in your show, the Book of Boba Fett and your Return of the Jedi. This is actually quite accurate for Slode-ish behavior, even though they are not referred to by their name. This particular species does indeed have a name, but we have created one that was based on calling them more of a pain in the ass, you would say. They essentially are like an underworld of business traders. The name cannot be uttered because it brings in their presence, as far as almost like a genie, a jinn, or a type of unlucky presence, let's just say. As far as the cat people go, they are depicted correctly. The Lyrans always are depicted in variations of games such as this, even with all of their variations that you have displayed earlier, along with the Khazad Thul lineage. There are also plenty of other species that are mentioned here that are accurate, such as your crustacean type of species and the like. So I will go into questions if you like.
All right. Welcome to the show. It's glad to have you. And my first question would be, with the amount of different races here, most of these are not going to be like slow drip most of these are going to be slow drip races, because they're not most of these are native creatures that are going to have to come out slowly as to not just like shock the world.
Mm-hmm.
And do you foresee a time in the next, like within a millennia of full disclosure of things, that these races are actively like with us or in society, or not?
Oh, of course, yes. As you said, it is a slow drip because of the fact that people in this time have not been used to seeing beings such as this, except in your mythology and lore. People would go into more of a shock-like state with beings that did not look like yourselves, this is understandable. This is why we disguise ourselves as beings like yourselves when doing channelings and viewings and the like. It is very, very few and far between cases that we are able to show our actual form, except for people and humans that have been out in space and in the different programs that have seen us. Aside from that, and aside from abduction cases and the like, you have these different species that will one day also be able to reclaim a surface mantle out of Agartha on the surface, and people will be able to come and go from Agartha. This is where a lot of these species reside currently. Yes, there will be a time where all will be interacting, but that is also the choice of that particular tribe as well. And it is the choice of humanity whether they are acceptant of those different looks and vistas.
All right. So for your people, because you're so distant, do your people really want to come to Earth, or is that not really in the options for you?
Yes, indeed, we do want to come to Earth, and we do on a regular basis, along with Trogdoboulian. We are now no relation to one another. We are separately evolved amphibian species. We have interacted quite a bit, though. And yes, we can indeed come to Earth, and we do. And we have interacted with your people on the Earth's surface, but some of them, again, have seen us in a totally different form, very much in a form like yourselves. We are bipedal, 2 arms, 2 legs. and we do stand between 8 and 15 feet tall, you see, and are more, some would see them as dwarven races, very much like those giants saw all under them as dwarven, would be roughly human height between 5'5" and 6 foot. You see, they are shorter than some of us. So, of course, like those giants in the series would see everything underneath them as dwarven, and that has been misinterpreted in very much the same fashion on your world. But with that said, yes, we do enjoy the Earth, and we would take up residence in part if humans would allow us to do so. But there are other races that have been here much longer than us. But we do have certain pockets, he would call it, or bubbles that we do pass between on a regular basis.
All right. Now we mentioned a few races here that are negative and actively go for energies and after people. What would you say to people about protecting themselves and their energy from creatures that might actually be out there to get their energy or to try to get rid of them?
That's actually a very interesting question. The first and foremost is knowing yourself well enough to not to know when you are not you. So a lot of these beings will mentally manipulate to try to get closer and closer and closer to you. You see, not only mimicking other beings and friends of yours and other sounds like mimicker demons, he calls them, and the like, but the way you protect yourself from that type of invasion is not only through manifestation and visualization of surrounding yourself in a shield, but grounding yourself in your own sovereignty and not falling for the tricks of these beings when different mental states inhabit your psyche, such as, say, a strange thought has popped into your head that is more malicious and negative, that is usually a predator that is coming close to your location and wishes to inhabit your form, or wishes to mimic your form, but also steal your energy from either from this chest area, head, or feet, or even from the spinal area, which is some of the insectoids do. They extract spinal energy, spinal fluid, and stem cells themselves, and they go for the spine. They exhibit the same sets of negative thoughts as the rest of what he would call a demonically classed being. The way you also protect yourself is keeping certain external things around you, such as silvers, certain pre-programmed crystals with the intent of protection and defense, and also keeping certain stones around you headwise, as he does with his bracelets, also with the arms and the chest, and also protecting your lower spine, as I've said before, because humans have a record of their akashic within their lower spine and their spinal tailbone, as it were. This is why some go after this. But knowing yourself and knowing your own particular magic and not giving it away in worship to another is the primary of defense.
All right, thank you. So going along with this whole slow drip disclosure thing, I'm guessing that the beast races are sort of going to be the last ones to kind of pop out and basically be like, yeah, we're here too. Mostly just due to the shock factor. I'm guessing humans and elves are going to be a lot before some of the more out there beast races. And as a member of a race that we would equate with a beast race, do you foresee a smooth realization to that, or do you foresee that there will be a decent rub of?
It's a little of both, more of a decent rub and a smooth transition that may seem contradictory in nature, but it is somewhere in between, given that you have a multitude of cultures on Earth that have disagreements with one another. Introduce beast races, as you call them, into the fray. And some people would become irked or scared at this. This is why the slow drip must take place, not only for brain decoding and decoding a particular form, as is seen on your Star Trek programs. This is why these things exist, so people can differentiate and decode these things and become familiar with these different forms over a period of time. But you are correct. The more human-looking ones, such as your Saran and Mozen and races from the Pleiades, will be introduced first, as well as some of your elven races that look exactly like yourselves. Some have bobbed ears like yourselves. Even the pointed ears you're becoming more familiar with from your Star Trek program because of Spock and other characters like the Vulcans and the like. and Romulans and the like, which some do share both the traits of both those races out in the galaxy, I might add, such as your Syrians and some of your other more derogatory type of races, domineering races out there. But yes, in order to lead up to the beast races and also insectoid type races and such, they would have to start with more human looking ones first. There was a story he has uttered before where a regular Joe in your society was introduced to an insectoid and died right on the spot because his brain could not decode that particular form and his heart gave out on him. This is something that we wish to avoid. So therefore, more human looking ones would be introduced first.
All right. And I'm guessing that the only exception to this rule is going to be the Draco because certain governmental factions are going to try to make them out as like a good thing.
You are absolutely correct. Even though there are fewer and far between ones now, and reptilian races and the like, and also Ebens. This was one they are trying to plug quite heavily in your culture. The Greys. This is also why you're seeing them on TV a lot because they're trying to get people to become familiar with the form. And also, there's also some Orion Nordics they would try to plug in that particular scripted scenario. This is something that is undesirable to the rest of us. And there are other factions out there fighting to get other races' visages decoded into the human psyche as well, such as in your Star Trek programs and the like, to be able to introduce them as well so that your cabal cannot initiate that particular timeline. As he said, it is not in the realm of possibility, which I tend to agree. I tend to agree with him on that particular factor. Getting these other races decoded into the minds of humans is actually something that is more paramount, but it still has to be done with a slow drip.
All right. And now I'm going to ask your homeworld. If we were to go to one of your planets, your colonies, your homeworld, what would we experience? What would it be like?
On our original home world in the Andromedan galaxy, it would be very blue colored, given that the Andromedan galactic core has a bluish purplish visage to it. It would be similar to the Lyran homeworld, where it had a purple atmosphere, but it has more of a blue, kind of like a twilight. In that twilight, our people evolved not only from swamp type amphibians, but evolved quickly in more of a water aquatic type of scenario, evolved onto a land-based life form and eventually spacefaring. If you went to the Ligaria itself, you would not only experience it's been vacated by us, but the atmosphere would actually be slightly toxic to yourself because of the gases that emanate from the bogs and the swamps. We are used to it because we evolved around it. Your people would have to wear some kind of breathalyzer type of equipment. In our colonies, in the Pleiades, however, and other places that I have not mentioned and cannot mention currently, they are more applicable to different races that come and go that are very much like yourselves, that can breathe oxygen and nitrogen and the like, and different variations of argon and other gases like that. They have been suited more for them, and we ourselves wear equipment on some of the colonies because they are more outfitted and retrofitted for different races. You see, we entered the Pleiadian territory where there were different races already. So we inhabited a planet that already had an active species on 1/3 of the planet. So with that said, we can adapt to atmospheres quite quickly. And some of us have been able to not wear equipment on these planets any longer. But would we be able to go back to Ligaria after being able to adapt? Yes, we would be able to, but we would have to readapt to that environment, if that makes sense.
I see. Would you and your people have an affinity to, like, do you guys go for like the swamp sort of landscape, or do you guys sort of prefer non-swampy like areas now?
There are areas of Earth, though, that are of the swampy variety that are pleasing to us, but we are also can inhabit other areas such as forests, such as waterways, both salt and fresh water. We can also occupy areas of land as well, and even be in normal houses like yourselves if we were so inclined. We can adapt, such as this, but there are bog areas that humans find distasteful. that we find quite beautiful in their energy resonance and in their type of coloring that comes out from our eyesight. We see you where you see gray and you see murky water and creepiness. We see more of a rainbow vibration of different energies and colors that occupy the area. So yes, even though we evolved from this and prefer it as more of an adaptation on your world, we can exist in other environments.
All right, and what does your race tend to do out in there? Are you traders? Do you tend to work with other races towards certain goals? Like, what is your guys' kind of deal? What do you guys like to do when you're when you're out there in the cosmos doing your thing?
But yes, we do interact with trade very much like in your Star Wars program. You had traders, and also sometimes some of our people have split off and done bounty hunting as well. Very much like your Han Solo character in your Star Wars, also very much like your Boba Fett character. Some have done this. Some of the ones in the Pleiades, some of the offshoots of our people have done this, and some of our direct line and lineage have. But I myself and some of my own family unit and other friends like to be more explorers in that way. We like to scientifically catalog and explore and also see and feel the different energies of the different areas of space. And even rifts in time, we have found that we can feel the different, feel out different areas of the timeline as well. Say a certain energy existed in one aspect of your time, say a long time ago for you, 1,000 years ago, compared to now. We're able to catalog the different energies and their remnants in between different from this time, that time to this time. And we were able to see how much of one thing is left in comparison to a new energy that is saturated an area with different people that existed in all of it. So you could say we are more archaeologically based or historian based in that area, but it is in a more of a spiritual and scientific way of doing things. But our people run the gambit as far as what they're interested in. Some, again, are interested in trading. Some are interested in doing the bounty hunting. Some are interested in cultivating colonies and starting different farming communities, and others are interested in science. It's very much like your own people.
Okay, and finally, the question I'm going to start asking every new race that appears on this show is: if you were playing the Elder Scrolls yourself, or if you have, because you might have, what race would you play?
That is actually an interesting question because our people have played the roles of your people either in incarnation form or as far as disguises go in the decoding and energetic holography. So we would more than likely play as one of the human races, either Elven or Nord.
I see. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. No further question?
No.
No. All right, thank you to everyone. This has been a very joyful experience. And yes, he is right about my name, Joyous. I did this as more of an energetic buffer between my impronounceable name in my tongue and also the fact that my vibration tends to irk that of some people and raise up others. Some it creates a rub, and others it does not. So uttering my name would also give the allowance of more of a rub at times. Since we are of a vibration that humans cannot always see into. So this has been Joyous of Ligurius. I thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's been a while since I've channeled him. Been at least a couple of years since he's come. Yeah, I would say at least a couple of years since I've spoken to him. Oh, wow. All right. Yeah, and he uplifted the room. I've noticed they're incredibly advanced race, and they're not hunted like the Lyrans. I don't think any Draco would even though they would be a force to contend with, Lyrans would be, and the forest people. The Ligurians were never really hunted. They never really were decimated down in numbers or with their technology decimated at all. So they're still at the same standing they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. They never really got hit during the old war times that hard. They did and they didn't. They believe the Orions got pasted across the cosmos whenever they went after the Ligurians. So they've kind of almost stayed out of that to some extent. So I'm seeing a bunch of them nodding. like that. So they look like the bullfrog, where they have like some of them have the sack underneath, where they go do the they have that. Yeah, some of them have that, and Joyous doesn't. He has a smaller one, but some of them have a larger one, like some of our bullfrogs. That's a very interesting race when they've come through before. But it's been quite some time since I've spoken to like Gary, and sometimes they can slip in and out of timelines as well, where like what he was saying about looking at temporal energies. They've sometimes slipped to a different timeline than us, and communications was impossible until they synced back up with the Mandela effect too. That's happened.
Let me show you an image, because there was a race that sounds very similar to this race.
Okay.
Was shown in, do you know that show Ben 10?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, it's like this kid turns into aliens.
Okay.
He gets a watch, it's got all this DNA in it, and he turns into aliens.
Okay.
Like, this thing is like this frog race. That
okay. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, their heads are slightly larger than that, but yeah, it's similar. It's very similar to them, but some of them do have a musculature like that. Some don't, like us.
Yeah. But that's when you said it had like the thing there, that's what I meant with like the chin.
Yeah, they have the thing that bullfrogs have. Yeah, they have that, and the Trogdoboulian don't have that. They don't have the sac that expands like that. They have slightly larger heads too. Their heads are big. Joyous's head's only about half the size of Trogdoboulian. Trogdoboulian would be about here, and then Joyce's is somewhere in here. So similar to the picture. So
that's a big head.
Yeah, it's still a big head. I mean, they're huge heads, but yeah, the Trogdoboulian are fairly tall too. But yeah, the Joyce's people, like Garians, also have they considered almost like a midget dwarven race, but they're closer to our size. So Joyous, he's up there. I believe he is between 8 and 15 feet. I'd say I have to say 10 feet tall.
All right.
Yeah, somewhere in there. That's interesting. Yeah, we can try the game now. Here.
Can you see it? Is it working?
Yeah. Oh, you're doing Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. Yeah.
Just for the beginning of it, I'm going to show off Black Marsh and Elsewhere, and then we'll go into other areas.
I can't hear any of the sound from it though. I can see it.
Oh, well, I can change that. I know why that's doing it that way.
Oh, okay.
You are with Dajahil and Belrock.
I was setting it up as like you were beginning to bring the channel in.
All right.
So this is Stormhold, one of the major cities in northern Black Marsh, and it's built in like an alien ruin. And then like this is like a traditional Argonian like mud hut.
Okay.
And they have these names. The Argonians have these names that are a lot like, it's like there's some that have like just straight names like Dekus or something, and then there's other ones that have like a name like sits hyphen in hyphen like mud hyphen. Like this one's Two Waters hut.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the fact you're riding a cat around now, that actually, yeah, it makes sense after seeing stuff about the beast races.
Sanctioned killers on our doorstep.
Oh, here's you can see that the Argonians here have like different like head structures.
Okay.
And their dress in this game is fairly tribal.
I saw the keeper in town not too long ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they do look fairly tribal. A lot of reptoid cultures have the tribal appearance. That look very similar to the Argonians.
Yeah. And you can tell Black Marsh really has its own field compared to like any other fantasy anything, really. I mean.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it does. The hell?
Is there no hope?
Where's that? Oh yeah, here. We'll go here.
That guy that was running past you looked like he had a flaming fart as he was running past you. So it was like,
oh, that was just another player.
Yeah.
Like here's some of more like the Mayan sort of temple structure that they have.
Okay. Yeah, it does. It does look like Mayan structure. Yeah, and like I said, the feathered serpents that existed in the Mayan culture. That's kind of like the look they were going at after with that.
Well, yeah, like they've got oh crap. Yeah, and now here's a hist tree.
Okay.
I got to the right place. But yeah, this is a hist tree, and you can see the orange sap. And in the quest here, you actually have to drink the sap. I've way past that on this character, but yeah, you drink the sap and you go on like a spirit journey.
Okay. Yeah, that looks a lot like I said a banyan tree or Buddha tree, quite a bit actually. Native to, I believe, India. Some people tried to grow them here, but they don't always turn out good here.
But yeah, so this is like definitely like prime Argonian architecture, but the Eldmeri Dominion has set up camp in it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah.
No, I don't want to fight you people.
Now you got a bunch more of them. Yeah.
Oh, look, there's a random ally that's coming to my aid. I'm going to leave.
Before you die, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be fine. But yeah, this is definitely like prime Argonian architecture, where they do have like big monoliths and stuff. So
Yeah, like the snake structure, like the one of the Mayan pyramids, for instance. I believe it's like the pyramid of the sun, whereas it shows a serpent at certain times of year during the equinoxes or solstices. I mean, that shows like a feathered serpent down the staircase. So yeah, this is extreme. This is the look they were going for with this.
yeah, they have these like crazy lantern things on the sides of the roads that like resemble like a Mayan Argonian head.
Yeah, and there's some Mesoamerican statues and everything that are like that as well, and Mayan statue depictions that look exactly like that. So yeah, that's exactly what they were going for.
Here we are, just deeper into the swamps. Oh, this is a creature called an Alit. They're native to Black Marsh and Morrowind.
Okay. Oh yeah, I've seen some creatures like etheric creatures that not etheric, but other ones in other frequencies that are similar to that. They just sit and like take up the energetic space, and like other animals that some aliens have used or introduced, where they just take up energetic space, or they have the physiology to kind of mess up fog the energy in some way, or make a bunch of electricity or magnetic energy or something like that, where they've electromagnetism, like an eel, like you were saying, that other species has, or like an electric eel. It's very similar, and there are races that will just sit and they'll just sit and scream too. I've noticed they'll just sit there and just go for a little bit until you take care of them too. That look very similar to that creature.
Yeah, this is like an Argonian settlement within one of those like big temple-like structures. And you can see they have like the wood hut, like the oh, what?
Crocodile pit. Jesus. Hmm. Crap. All right.
But yeah,
Huh?
you can see like the the mud hut structures, like with these large monolithic structures that they've built.
When you fell into the crocodile pit, Isaac was going, "Eat him, eat him, eat him," like that. The whole time you were down there.
You can see a medicine woman doing her craft, and there's one with like a
You ensured his mere survival. Now we can avoid the horrors of conflict with the Aldmeri Dominion. We'll tend to the pilgrims and the Hist, as we always have, and always.
it's just like I always get like this crazy South American vibe or
Yeah.
Mesoamerican vibe when I'm in Argonia. Especially
Yeah,
in this
yeah, it does look like a Mesoamerican. And also, there's a fish race that existed down there too, in like a mine environment that lived underneath them, like in some waterways and everything too. That looked kind of like a feathered serpent, but it was more of a fish with like fins and scales too. But they're very similar to an Argonian as well. So they have a fish equivalent as well.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Kind of showed off most of this area, so we need to go back to the full Tamriel list. Oh no, I do. Do I really want to go to Guild Liverdell? That could be an interest.
Oh, you don't have a shrine that you can go to there. Oh, you haven't been to Elsewhere yet?
I've been. Well, this is also part of Elsfair, right up here.
Oh, okay.
This
Okay.
is a different part of Elsfair. I'm going to the border of Elsfair and Valenwood for this one because that bit of Elsfair is locked behind like a paywall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the deserts of Elsfair, and this is actually interesting. The Khajiit like to build their like little houses up on stilts like this.
Oh, okay. That's very. Oh, this is actually interesting. That's how some of the structures on Lyra look. You know, where they're up like that, and it looks like they always say when if humans would go there, they'd swear they were in a Renaissance fair. No. Where some of the architecture looked a little like that. So yeah, this is actually pretty interesting, and they have a lot of agrarian society, but they have a warrior class and also scientific and all that too. But it's very similar to this, so that's very interesting. They have that for the Khajiit.
Yep, and those Khajiit back there, they were cultivating moon sugar that they used to make skooma. But yeah, this is like a small Khajiit settlement here in the Aldmeri Dominion territory. There's a Khajiit guard.
No teeth marks on you, huh? Well, just wait. Don't tell this one you haven't heard of our little crocodile problem. The clan...
Then we will go straight west towards the nearest city. Show off
Okay.
what the city looks like. I need to go north to where I'm trying to go to. But yeah, you can see it's a lot of like savannah in this part on like the edge.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, like yeah, exactly. Parts of Africa and everything. And also, eventually going into like a desert like Egypt or something. It's very similar into African type of terrain. That's where some of the Illyrian people went after Atlantis, whereas was Egypt, so and Africa.
And then here we are, we're entering like a major city that inhabited by the Khajiit. You can see in some of them they have like their stables is like it's like on stilts still, but it's got like the central bottom floor, and then there's a few of these areas where they'll have like the dwelling upstairs and like crafts areas underneath.
Okay.
There's the entrance to the Thieves Guild area here. And then they also have this almost Indonesian look for their like temple structures.
Yeah, it does very much like Angkor Wat or temples like that. Yeah.
And yeah, I do kind of like the aesthetic. It's like a mix between like Middle Eastern as well as like Far Eastern.
Yeah, and a little bit of Renaissance in there as well, like European Renaissance, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that cool. Yeah.
But yeah, this is sort of the feeling of this like Elsewhere and Black Marsh. As for showing off a lot of the other races, it's not going to be that easy if many of them don't actually appear in game anywhere.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. A lot of the ones that you were talking about don't appear, like centaurs and
Like centaurs don't. Centaurs only appear in the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, and harpies and what are they called? Dregs are in this game, and then giants are in this game in an area that I cannot go to currently.
Okay.
And giants are also in Skyrim. The Slowed, like I said, were in Elder Scrolls 3 and Adventures Redguard. The Lilmoth have been in nothing. The goblins are in all the games pretty much except for Skyrim, unless you have the Creation Club content. Yeah.
Well, you have the Recklings too that are in Solstheim in Skyrim.
Yeah, they're in the game. Yes. I think there might be dregs over here though. I know there's dregs somewhere in this zone around this area, but I'm not positive exactly where.
No, okay.
Aren't. I think it might be down. Where am I? If I ride south, I should be able to. Actually, I can just. I think it's right here, actually. It's hard for me to remember. I haven't played this in a while.
Oh yeah. Oh, I was under the impression you played this every now and again.
I play it every once in a while, but I don't play this like Elder Scrolls Online like a lot.
Yeah, I haven't been on here in quite some time too.
I need help.
I tend to play the single player. Yeah, here are the drows. The dregs. Right now they're passive because I did the quest here. But
Okay.
like you can see there's other players who are actively in combat with them. Yeah, they're kicking the Covenant, the Daggerfall Covenant characters' butts. Yeah, so these are drows. I think there's goblins. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm not fighting you.
He just came up behind you and started pecking at you. Yeah.
Oh, there you can see it did that electric attack thing they do.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's more like a biology rather than magic. You know, you have like an electric eel. Mm.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but it has never been confirmed or denied by the game makers, so I just...
Yeah, at some point they'll have to add it in, but maybe they'll just leave it a mystery too.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you don't see dregs a lot in the lore, so they might never address it. Like, I was surprised they were in this game. And right now, just for people so they know where we are in the world, this is part of Morrowind that I'm running around right now.
Oh, okay.
In fact, if you get the game right now and you wanted to learn, like, just start, if you picked the Ebonheart Pact, this is the zone you'd start in.
Okay.
Maybe I was... Oh, I think I was thinking about up here. Military. Where was I thinking of? I know I was thinking of an area, but I just don't exactly remember where I was thinking of.
Oh, what were you going to show there? Goblins?
Yeah, goblins. Not like goblins, they kind of appear in like random areas, and I never rightly remember where.
Yeah, at least in Skyrim you can tell relatively where they are. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I know where I'm going. I figured it out. I knew I was in between them. There's no way shrine near there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in Skyrim you can sort of get everywhere. Really. Oh yeah, this is actually a community of like what were the slave Argonians.
Okay.
Which is interesting to see because they like built their own community now that they're considered actual citizens of the Pact instead of just like slaves. So they have like their own village now. And that's just due to the fact that right now it's illegal to have Argonian slaves. But slavery itself was not completely outlawed during this period.
Oh, but it was by the events of Skyrim, though. Yeah.
No, in Morrowind it's still going on.
Oh, okay.
Actually, the Morrowind, the Dark Elves are one of the most xenophobic races. Like normally you associate that with like the Balmor High Elves. No, the Dark Elves are far worse.
Oh.
With how they believe that like they have a superiority complex.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You were saying they're the most arrogant ones, kind of like some Syrian groups are. Yeah. And in some cases, the Syrians can be worse than the Orions, as far as tactics go. And then there's a group of that dark group from Cassiopeia that can take both those groups and give those groups a run for their money too. Yeah.
Here's some goblin.
There we go. That one looks more like a Syrian of some kind too. Like when you just impale him with that.
But yeah, so that's actually kind of all I can show in this game right now.
Okay. Were you gonna try bringing Skyrim up or Oblivion up?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to kill the screen share though for that.
Okay.
Oh, okay, there we go. Stop share. So then I have to go because the way I have to open. Which one do you prefer? Do you want to see Oblivion or Skyrim?
We can do Skyrim. Actually, you can try that one.
And then I would have to go share screen, optimize for video, screen one, share. And then I want to go more, show, oh wait, whoa. Show video pan, okay. And then it should load, hopefully, question mark. It takes forever to load this version of Skyrim, so we'll see.
Okay. We'll see how well it does.
Well, it's got like 18,000 active no, it's got 1,254 active plugins on top of the base game.
Jesus.
We'll see. It says mod organizer is locked while the application is running, so. But I've never tried to record over this because performance is already a little choppy at this, how good it looks. It looks like it came out last year, if it loads.
Okay. We'll see how it works. If it looks too choppy, we can flip to Oblivion, but
Yeah, Oblivion will run fine as long. I'm just hoping that it loads. It's not seeming like it wants to load.
yeah, Zoom tends not to play nice with some of these things.
Oh, here we go. No, it just took forever. Like I said, it was going to.
Okay, I gotta step away for just a second right here.
Yeah, go on. I won't start till you get back.
Okay. All right. At least we got this to work.
Speak to me. I'm thinking, what is Mr. Dragonfly thinking? Sure. If you need anything else, just ask.
Yeah, I never did like riding the horse in this. I always just walked everywhere.
Every snowflake is unique, like me.
Yeah, I have magic mods installed.
Oh, okay.
It adds new spells. I conjured and expand fear.
Where exactly are you? Oh, there.
Near Winterhold,
Oh, near Winterhold. Okay.
like far in the north.
There's a dragon above you here. Yeah. This looks a bit different than Skyrim usually looks. It looks a little more refined.
Yeah, that's like all the mods I have.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never could get mods to work and play nice with each other.
Oh yeah, it's hard on console. If you're stuck to console, yeah, it's almost impossible to get mods to work right. On PC, we have a bunch of tools that we use to like make them work right with each other.
Okay. Yeah, they seem to have the dragons seem to have brighter colors and everything too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just more mod stuff. It also gives every dragon like a dragon name.
Oh, okay.
They say no one survives the arena. Fighters like me, we die 2 deaths.
Where to show off giants?
It's around Whiterun I've seen giants, so right there where yeah, right there.
Yeah, I cleared that one already though.
Hmm.
I think there's one over here though.
Okay. I like the look of this much better with all the mods.
Yeah, it looks like it came out last year.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get it to daytime.
Someone there? Come on.
Yeah, even the music is updated and everything from it. Hmm.
Yeah, that was the giant and its pet mammoth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really liking the better, more refined look of this now, where you add all the mods.
Yeah. In fact, the cool thing about this one is too, you can actually download this thing using this thing called Wabbajack, which is like a. They named it after the weapon in Skyrim, but it's a tool that like auto downloads the mod pack for you.
It auto what?
It auto downloads the entirety of the mod.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, this is called the mod pack name is Elysium for anybody that's interested in trying to mod their
Okay.
Skyrim. Go on, you download Wabbajack. You need a Nexus account, and I think you need a few other mod website accounts, and then you will you just go to you find Elysium on the modding page, and then you just set it up. As long as you have a Nexus Premium account, it'll auto download like every file you need.
Oh, that's Hall of Vigil. I was wondering where you were.
Yeah, this mod. I have a mod called Vigilance that lets you like be a Vigilant of Stendar if you want to.
Oh, okay.
I will bear your burdens gladly. If you need anything else, just ask.
The mercy of Stendar does not extend to Daedra worshippers. None escape the vigil. All come into the light.
The mercy of Stendar does not extend to Daedra worshippers. The vigil will be watching you.
This is running pretty smoothly.
I'm surprised that you're seeing it pretty.
Yeah, there is a little jumpy at times, but it's running pretty smooth. Yeah, I'm surprised too, actually.
misfits around.
Yeah, I always thought it was funny shouting people off the cliffs and ledges and everything.
I took their best looking warrior off the cliff too.
Yeah, I always did that. Like for stronger enemies, I'd shoot them off, like shot them off cliffs and everything like that.
It's always a fun time watching them go flying down a hill or something.
Yeah, and then they die when they hit the bottom, and then you can just go steal their crap. Yeah.
So where should we? Any suggestions of where you think you'd want to see?
Let's see. I know you wanted to show goblins off. You could try Solstein.
I've not been there yet on this character.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Show you can always show them like one of the like Solitude or something like that.
Well, then if we're gonna do something like, I always love Whiterun. It's my favorite.
Whiterun, yeah, we'll do Whiterun, yeah. I like the beefed up look of it too, where you have like the garden and the plants and everything.
Hey, good to see you again. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that. The finest weapons and armor.
Yeah, they're more refined looking too.
Yeah. I have a mod that it makes like female bodies not just look like male bodies with a little bit of
I'm
other
here
stuff
for
on
you.
them.
What
Yes.
is yours is mine. If you need anything else, just
How's
ask.
it going? Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Oh, there we go. So you can take jobs. This is cool. You can like take jobs to deliver things to certain areas and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yes?
I wonder
Take a
when
look.
last cleaned their mugs here.
Oh, you have a merchant on the well too. Okay.
Until next time.
What do you need? Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. Be careful out there.
Well met, kinsman. May your sword...
There's been talk amongst the guards that you are Dragonborn. But such a thing, surely that's not possible.
Dragonborn. It's an honor.
The Greybeards have summoned the Dragonborn to High Hrothgar. Such a thing has not happened for hundreds of years.
All right then.
Stay out of trouble.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
Another curious mind. Very true. But when the mead runs dry, they find that their problems are even harder to swallow. So, what is it you want to know? The answer to life's most difficult questions, or perhaps its most fundamental one. They say I knew them all, but the truth is, no one does. No one knows what the next life
Ah, you made it. I was beginning to think you were never going to show up. Heard you might be the person to speak to. The problem is straightforward enough, I suppose. A dragon has been attacking trade shipments throughout the whole. Perhaps you've seen contingent. But where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lorius Lior, and I'm with the East Empire Company. Because it's our trade shipments that are being destroyed by that dragon. Supplies in the holds are dwindling as it is, no thanks to that Stormcloak uprising and the subsequent rise in banditry. So we've been cooperating with the Jarls to pool our resources together towards funding a solution. A collective bounty of 10,000 gold has been placed on this dragon to pique the interest of skilled mercenaries. This is no order. It has proven to be very calculating in its attacks, specifically targeting our trade shipments to slowly starve Skyrim from the inside out. Every battle our soldiers have had with it, it may have a motive that we don't yet understand, and I don't want to risk throwing more Imperial soldiers at it in vain. The team, by now, they should know where it's going, and if we're lucky, we might even be able to take it by surprise this time. That's where you'll come in. There's Aether, a Redguard warrior from Hammerfell. He used to be Alakir until he took up mercenary work. Danelit, a Bosmer archer and the most skilled sharpshooter I've seen. She was recently incarcerated in Solitude for petty theft. A crime against the Thane, from what I hear. I had to pull a few strings with Jarl Elisif to have her released to us. Shargam, an orc berserker from Narzulbur with the strength of at least 3 of his kind. And Elmira, an Altmer mage with some unhealthy fixations, but highly skilled in the arcane arts nonetheless. I'll mark the rendezvous point on your map. When you get there, speak to Aether. If he's done his job, then he should know by now where that dragon has been roosting. If we're lucky, we might be able to catch that dragon by surprise and put an end to the trouble it's been causing. I wish you the best of luck, Dragonborn. I'll be waiting here for your return.
Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing.
Farewell, and do be careful.
Children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. When Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean.
Hello, friend. My wife's a good woman. She can be a little hard-headed sometimes, but I love her just the same. Take care, friend.
I think you'll want to stay before we spend the coins.
We must keep faith in the Divines. Of course.
May Kinneret bless you. May Kinneret shield you. May Kinneret guide you, now and forever.
Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces...
I'm here to help. The Companions are my family. We fight so that other people don't have to. We bring honor and glory to ourselves and each other. Vilkas and I have been here since we were little whelps. Our father Jurgen raised us here. Even Vigner couldn't remember companions younger than us. Kodlak is the one who figures out who can be a companion, so talk to him. It's out of my hands. Until next time.
My poor Fralia think Thoron's still alive, but I know better. The Skyforge? My clan fathers have worked it since the first Grey Manes came to Whiterun. Skyforge steel is all the companions will use, for good reason. Gods be praised.
Horn of the North, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love.
The hell? Just standing in the water down there.
I know why she's doing that. I have a mod where like you have to like actually wash yourself. That's why I'm covered in blood.
Oh.
And NPCs do it too at times.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell is she randomly standing in the pool for? But, yeah,
Like you take like negative speech stuff when you're dirty or covered in blood and stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I like that much better with the way this looks, yeah.
Hey there. Farewell,
It seems our enemies have no end of spies, saboteurs, and assassins to send against us.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostility. Spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them.
There was one quest I remember that had to do with Dreamtime as well, where you had the Vermina was getting into people's dreams and draining them, making them sleepy too.
Yeah, that was I just did that quest on this playthrough.
Yeah, yeah, and then also when you go back, you see through that priest's eyes when he's looking through, because he's the one that escaped being trapped in that temple. Yeah.
Yeah,
that one was a good example of it. Huh?
Yeah, because Vermina is the Daedric Prince of like dreaming.
Yeah, it's basically that was a good example of Dream Invasions. Was that quest? I don't remember the name of the quest, but very good example of it.
Walking Nightmare.
Walking Nightmare. Okay. Oh yeah, where people were drained completely of their energy and everything. And, yeah, and Vermina was getting into their dreams. Yeah, very good example.
Actually, what's interesting? You want to hear something interesting about that quest?
Huh?
Vermina in that quest is voiced by like the old Wonder Woman.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, Linda Carter, I believe it was. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. He's voiced by.
Just like I believe Madeira was Maggie Smith, I think, from Harry Potter, I believe. Yeah. And she even used some of her same voice that she used in the old Clash of the Titans as well. Kind of reminded me of that in a way.
Oh, and for anyone that wants to know some trick in Skyrim, here's the trick. You want to skip an entire dungeon but still get all the loot? This is how to do it. You shouldn't be able to climb what I just climbed up.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
You're meant to
Were you
go. Yeah, you can climb up it, but the game doesn't think you.
Oh, you just came up the backside of this one, yeah. Jesus.
Grab the healing. Right. And that is how you get the second word in Whirlwind Sprint without actually having to go through the dungeon.
You just walk up the side of the hill, yeah.
And then the loot is literally right through this door. I think you have to kill like 2 Draugr, and then you're good.
That's hilarious.
That doesn't like doing dungeons. They just want to do the dungeon. Oh, he's in full sprint. Oh! Gosh. Did you just kill me?
Yeah, you're dead, I think. No?
I don't think I'm dead. I think I got...
The hell? I think you're stuck.
We're just gonna load. No, because sometimes, see, with certain weapons with the mods I have installed, like, you'll actually go down and you can't do anything for a minute.
Oh, okay.
I don't... My health was full when I entered here. So I don't know. But I will put... I'll get some help from a Daedra then, if I need it.
Jesus.
Oh, it's ice form.
How do you get out of that? Just let it wear off?
Yeah, I think you just let it wear off. I don't know if I'm dead though or not. Oh, I think I'm still alive.
Last mistake.
You thaw or you just stay that way? No.
Should thaw, but it takes a minute. It's meant to take you out of combat, this whole shout. I was not expecting a Draugr to be able to use it though.
That's weird.
Like that's a mod that added that clearly. I'm surprised
they gave it to the enemy, yeah. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I heard I had combat overhauls that make the game harder, so. One more shot. If that doesn't work, we will try something else. Oh! Oh, they killed him, so it doesn't matter.
There we go. Oh, he has I thought he had Stalrim on him. Yeah.
Yeah, when we first encountered him, I was like, oh shit, he's got Stalrim on him. Wow, the loot is not very good.
What's the flashlight you have there, the light source?
Oh, I have a lantern on like my character's head.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, you can turn it on and off. That's another mod. So you don't have to carry a torch all the time.
Yeah.
We need to keep heading north. I only stopped here to grab that word for the dragon shell. Because I'm going to do some elf killing.
Okay. Oh, I think I know where you're going, yeah.
Going to that Thalmor prison.
Yup.
showing off as much of the world as I can in between here and there.
What is it?
Walking around like that is why magic gets a bad name. Are you joking? Even if we have... Now I suggest you turn around and go... That's privileged information.
You will not live to regret. For glory. How's the vinegar roll back to the center? Take your best.
I need poison.
I'll end your miserable life.
Come on, you witless wonder. Give me your best.
Do your worst.
That was heavy. I am not doing at my best. It is a good. I am here for you. I hope this will be a mutually beneficial exchange. Let us go. Okay, let us see what we have. If you need anything else, just ask.
A trick for anyone playing Skyrim. If it's a master lock, try moving it without doing anything first. You might actually get it.
Yeah, oh yeah, I've done that before, yeah.
It's weird. The master locks are always just off like the prime, like the position you start
Just
at.
slightly off, yeah. They're difficult, yeah, but they're not impossible to do, yeah.
Over here!
Somebody help!
Oh,
Well,
I'm just checking to see what my active effects are. See if I had anything that was like detrimental.
I've had enough of you.
yeah, you gotta rescue Thorol. Yeah.
I need to heal again already. Yeah, there's a lot of healing in this boss.
You there. I never thought. We need to get to safety as soon as possible. Let's move.
You can't hide from me.
There's obviously someone still there. There we go. Jesus.
Yeah, that's how strong magic is.
Let's get out of here, fast as we can. Let's go, let's go.
Your miserable life.
Wait, did he die?
Yeah, he's dead.
Wow, okay, I don't know how he killed him. I don't know who killed him, but
Yeah, because he was fairly strong, so yeah.
whoa, whoa, whoa!
I'm staying out of this.
My Khajiit is now trying to attack me. Alright.
Weird. Yeah, apparently there's a glitch.
Yeah, there's a little bug. I think I hit him with a spell by accident.
Someone do something.
Oh no, he's good now.
I cannot thank you enough for rescuing me from this place. I suspect I'd never again see the light of day otherwise. But why would you risk your life for me, a stranger? Of course, I should have known. This was all Abelstein's idea, wasn't it? Where is he? A wise decision, but I fear he may not be safe there anymore. They'll go looking for me, and Whiterun will be the first place they search. I cannot stay. Not here. Not in Whiterun. It likely won't be safe for Avelstein either. Our best hope now is to fall in with the ranks of the Stormcloaks. But would you do me a favor? Tell my mother to suffer the winter's cold wind, for it bears aloft next summer's seeds. She'll know what it means. I thank you again, friend. You've given me my life back.
Yeah, this is like in the old Orion War times, where also some of Odin's kin were captured in the same way. Also during when he was wanting to take out some of the dark elves and also frost giants, as well as later on when the elves would cause problems for some of the Viking folk and such, capture a few of them. So yeah, I've seen things like in past life memories very similar to that. So that's interesting.
Or what?
Is someone there? Of course.
That's a mod that makes it so you don't have to like break and enter it.
Oh, okay.
If the character knows you and stuff, you can like ask to come in, and they might say yes, they might say no.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's a good feature.
Yeah.
Where the hell did she go? Oh, there she is.
Yes?
Oh, that's a... She might have went back to bed. There is a weird thing where they will just go back to bed sometimes. And then you can just rob them blind.
Oh, Oh, there she is.
We Greymanes got just as much to be proud of as them Battleborns, but you won't see us with
Where the hell's the old lady at? Let's see.
You let me in.
The way the Nords here talk about battle.
Oh, there she is.
Don't know why.
Please tell me you have news of my son. Is he? You've saved him? Oh, I must see him. What? After all this, I can't even... How do I... For it bears aloft next summer's seeds. That's my boy. So it's true then. Thank you, dear friend. You've given me back my son. I'd had Eorlund forge this for Thorald. It was to be a present for his return. I suppose he can't have it now. Why don't you take it? We can always make another for the day when this war ends and Thorald can come home. You take care of yourself now.
How do you do, Thane? I worry about the other settlements in the hold. Unwalled, lightly manned, prime targets for those damn dragons.
What I did was, you know how we always leave like a message to Isaac coming into this. I forgot to ask him, but he was already doing it. I was just asking him what the message was in this, and essentially it was the choice that you made with the Elven prison. Essentially, the war going on in the background essentially is depicted the same as what we just saw in that quest. So essentially the same with the Mosin and some of the Vikings and all them. It's essentially the same. Yeah.
Then why don't I show off?
Yeah, we should probably only do one more. It's past the 4-hour mark, so we probably should only do one more then.
And I'm only gonna go to Riften and run around for like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Should be good.
I cannot rescue.
Oh, no.
I've been looking for you. That's something I'm supposed to deliver.
Oh, a dead thief.
He's got a lot of crap on him. Okay.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to be a
And to have that.
someday.
The hell?
I'm going to dispose of the body.
You are amusing yourself, yes?
That's funny.
All right then. What do
This is
you
what I
need?
think.
30 gold.
Yeah, this is what I think. Those are prostitutes.
Oh, that's funny. You added that as a mod, but there's prostitutes.
Not that I didn't pick the mods in this. This is a mod pack. You just download it. I don't know everything that's in this, so that's funny.
I guess that'd be the place to place them if you had them now.
I don't know, Droth.
Please fight harder than that.
Whoever made this pack did a good job, though.
Yeah, they did. Especially because it's actually super. Like, I've only had it crash once, and that was due to, I think, a memory limitation.
Oh, it crashed only one time.
Yeah, and I think it was due to the fact that my computer ran out of RAM.
Okay.
We're not alone.
The hell? Oh.
I think I just died.
How the hell did you just die?
I think I ran through that burning oil. You take a lot more damage from that kind of stuff there.
Okay.
One mod that I do know is installed. It's called Traps Are Actually Dangerous.
Oh, okay.
So
it's better to avoid the traps than this bird. Yeah.
Singed fur.
Oh, there's an Argonian skull.
No, yeah, it is.
I've never seen this story before. Part of the mod. Welcome everyone to the pit of scum and villainy that is the Thieves Guild.
Even that looks better with these new mods in place.
I suppose I can work with your face. After all, the sculptor cannot always choose the finest clay.
We've all heard that one.
I assumed you were here to see me about your face, to have it sculpted into something more artful than nature has bestowed upon. So, are you here as a client? Shall I Indeed, it is no small thing to submit yourself to the flesh sculptor's knife. All right then.
I think Brynjolf could give you all the information you need.
Well, well. Color me impressed, lad.
He looks kind of creepy with that hair, though.
A little bit. But then he's a thief. He should look a little creepy.
Yeah.
Reliable and headstrong? You're turning out to be quite the So, now that I've whetted your appetite, they owe our organization some serious coin. I want you to explain to them the Kirava, Percy Honeyhand, and Helga. Do this right, and I can promise you a permanent place in our organization. Honestly, the debt is secondary here. What's more important is that you get the message across that we aren't to be ignored. A word of warning, though. I don't want any of them killed. Bad for business. Good. If you need any details and remarks, I'll be here. Helga is a devout follower of Dibella, dotes over the statue to the divine that she keeps at the bunkhouse. Use it as leverage, and she'll cave. He's as pig-headed a man as you'll ever find. The key is that ugly dwarven urn in his shop. Smash that thing to bits and he'll change his attitude. Kirava's stubborn, but she's got a soft spot for family. Talk to Talon Jay at the Bee and Barb, and see if you can get something out of him. They're well acquainted, if you catch my meaning. I'll be here when you're done. You'd better have coin to pay for your drinks. There's no handouts here. Take a look. All right, then.
Yeah, I remember I had to do the Thieves Guild main. There's a main quest, then you do all the little side ones to get all the merchants down there too. That's a pain in the ass, but
It is, because you got to do 5 mini ones per hold, and a major quest that has to do with them.
Yep.
I found that doing the Bedlam jobs was the easiest way to do it.
Yeah.
The ones where you just have to go steal like 500 gold worth of something in a settlement. I would just go into like one rich person's house and steal something, and
Yeah, there you go.
it's gonna be an easy quest. We can knock this one out in 2.
I don't have to explain myself to you.
What can I do for you? Thanks for wasting my time.
You ever done the blackmailing to get this quest done, or do you just beat them up?
I actually did do these quests. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this idiot needs to. Oh,
If it's a mercenary you're looking for,
I don't want your services.
found him. There's no stronger sword on for hire in all Skyrim.
Yo. Wow.
The hell?
I'm looking through the back of my character's head.
That's creepy.
If you're looking to hire the strongest,
Am I gonna have to pay for this guy to?
I'd wager your search is over.
What's he? Oh, he's in the way. Yeah.
Yeah. Hoping. No, yeah, he's not. You know what?
If it's looks like you've got some help already.
And
I'll join you, but you'll have to let your comrade go. What do you say?
no, I don't say it. Do I have any vampire dust? Alright, no. We'll come back to her last
Best
time.
not to walk the roads of Skyrim.
I'll do the other 2 first.
Yeah, I've never had the guy in the way like that. But, yeah.
Well, that's from mods. They add more mercenaries in the world space that you can like recruit from.
Okay.
This one's easy. I know exactly how to get this guy money. Normally you steal that statue.
My husband Bercy will be the death of me. He spends too much time worrying about Riften and not enough about himself.
So Brynjolf doesn't even bother to Oh, here, tell Brynjolf not to worry about it anymore.
You have a grim look.
I didn't even need to smash the statue. I just had to threaten him.
Mm-hmm. If you have your speech high enough, yeah.
My speech is like 50.
Oh, okay.
It's relatively high just because I was selling a lot of stuff early game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how you get it up like that. Oh.
Yeah, what do you want? If this is about the metering, we can talk later.
Yes?
That was important.
Where's the other Argonian? That's a texture bug. Is that a... No, it's a lighting bug. Okay.
An inn. Food for the thirsty, rooms for the weary.
Yeah, it's usually an Argonian, yeah.
Oh, interesting. So that's where those doors go. They're like basements. They go into the Ratway.
Okay. Kind of like in Oblivion where they had the doors to the sewers and everything, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's upstairs. Just go through the...
What do you want? I met her when I wandered into Riften a few years ago. Been smitten with her ever since. In fact, I'm thinking of asking her to marry me. In I already have the gold band, but I was hoping you'd offer. I didn't think it was my... With the rumors going around about how poorly your guild's been doing, she's become much too bold. I'm not that foolish. Look, I'm only telling you this because I care for her. Don't mistake this as acceptance for what you do. Kirava has some family at a farm just inside of Morrowind. If you mention you know about it, she might just listen to you. Just please don't harm anyone. I couldn't bear the thought. If you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to.
Yeah, go back to sleep. That's your other thing to do.
Here for a room or something to drink? Show me some No, and I never will. Now get out of my inn. How could you possibly know? Please, my family means too much to me. Don't hurt them. Very well. Here. Take this back to Brynjolf and tell him he'll have no more trouble from me.
Hey, you can try that other one, see if that guy left the room or not.
I shouldn't even need to steal it. After you do 2 of them, the third one's happy to pay.
I know you can beat him up to get the last, or get any of the stuff, yeah.
I don't know why, but like Riften in the rain always just feels like better than Riften when it's not raining.
Yeah, it has that feel to it. Yeah, I agree.
I think it's because like you could think of like the rain is covering up the thieves like activity.
It's you.
Mm-hmm.
Please,
yeah, it is.
don't hurt me. I know who you are. You've been terrorizing the entire city. Please, there's no need for that here. Message understood. Here, I even have the payment.
Oh, there you go.
We're going to end it with me then back down in the
rat. Yeah.
If you could spare a septum, I'd be grateful. Thank you. I'll be sure to put it to good use. Gemstone over here.
I could take you blindfolded. Rest forever. Its footsteps are like thunder, scaring the dust and making the floor scream for mercy. Knives already knows the visitor is not a cat. It develops bad habits, being noisy one day and quiet the next. Knives thinks it is best to always walk softly, so that stealth is as natural as breath. It is not a Khajiit, so it depends on its eyes. It can only see what's in front, but Knives hear. 20 paces to the east, a thief scratches his ears. 50 paces further, a beggar sighs and counts his coins. 2 stories above, a couple says their vows, while underneath in the catacombs, a widow weeps for her husband. The cat hears, the mind knows, minutes before anything is seen. Its eyes can only see the past, but Knives' ears know the future. Knives did not part from his childhood on good terms and was forced to flee. Senchal to the south. promised
So, job's done and you even brought the gold. Best of all, you did it clean. I like that. Dumping bodies and keeping the guards quiet can be expensive. Well done. And it would seem I owe you something in return. Here you go. I think you'll find these quite useful. Judging from how well you've handled those shopkeepers, I'd say you've done more than simply prove yourself. We need people like you in our outfit. That's the spirit. Larceny's in your blood. The telltale sign of a practiced thief. I think you'll do more than just fit in around here. What's on your mind? We've run into a rough patch lately, but it's nothing to be concerned about. Tell you what, you keep making us coin, and I'll worry about everything else. Fair enough? Now, if there are no more questions, how about following me and I'll show you what we're all about?
After you talk to Brynjolf and Mercer, come back and see me.
And how is it going to do that?
Let's wait until Brynjolf's here before we begin.
Walked in before.
Mercer, this is the one I was talking about. Our new recruit.
This better not be another waste of the guild's resources, Brynjolf. Before we continue, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you play by the rules, you walk away rich. You break the rules and you lose your share. No debates, no discussions. We do what we say, when we say. Do I make myself clear? Good, then I think it's time we put your expertise to the test.
Wait a moment. You're not talking about Goldenglow, are you? Even our little Vex couldn't get in.
You claim this recruit possesses an aptitude for our line of work. If so, let him prove it. Goldenglow Estate is critically important to one of our largest clients. However, the owner has suddenly decided to take matters into his own hands and shut us out. He needs to be taught a lesson. Brynjolf will provide you with the details.
Mercer, aren't you forgetting something?
Since Brynjolf assures me you'll be nothing but a benefit to us, then you're in. Welcome to the Thieves Guild.
Welcome to the family, lad. I'm expecting you to make us a lot of coin. So don't disappoint me. Simple. Do as you're told, and you should talk with Delvin Mallory and Vex. They know their way around this place, and they'll be able to kick some extra job. Oh, and talk to Tanelia in the Flagon. She'll set you up with your new armor. Goldenglow Estate is a beat. We need you to teach him a lesson by burning down 3 of the estate's hives and clearing out the safe in the main house. The catch is that you can't burn the whole. That important client Mercer mentioned would be feared. Aye. The last thing we want to be doing is crossing our clients. Maven prefers that Arangoth remains alive, but if he tries to stop... The guild has a lot riding on this. Don't make me look foolish by mucking it up. You watch yourself on that island.
This is a good one to end on when you do Goldenglow. So that's good.
I was gonna end it here. I wasn't gonna go to Gold.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I was just gonna open up the secret passage out, and then I was gonna end it in the market.
Okay. Well, I like the look of that much better, yeah.
Got a minute? Wanted to say something. My father told me all he found in my pocket was... No one does. I must have spent every last coin I... Perhaps. But if not, if they actually... thought it was fitting, I suppose. I appreciate that. You see...
I never could find what he was looking for in the game. I never did find it.
Yeah, because what he's looking for doesn't exist.
Oh. I always thought there was something associated with him.
What you see here.
Yeah, no, it's just complete nonsense, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I would have made a quest associated with it.
I think they were planning to, but they just never got around to it.
Yeah.
$79. Can I sell him?
Keep your eyes.
Disregard the skulls in my inventory. That's for a quest line.
The skull of Narfi. Yeah. That's funny.
All right, well, everybody, this has been another episode, and we're going to leave you here in the center of Riften.
Yeah, this was an interesting episode about the beast races of Elder Scrolls. This is where we'll leave you, right in the center of Riften here, and I hope you enjoyed this disclosure in the media. So thank you, everybody. Bye-bye now.
All right, bye.